Well, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. And it's my very great pleasure to welcome you to We Miss iPres. In a moment, I'm going to introduce also my co-host, joining me from The Hague, Barbara Searman, who will be known to very many of you also. Let me just get up my welcome slides, and hopefully you can see those in a moment too. I have too many screens open as usual. Let me just do that now. Almost made it. And there we go. Let me just make sure you're looking at the right screen. Swap that over also. There we go. That's better. We're looking at the right screen now. Anyway, here we are. It's happening. Hello, everybody out there on Zoom. Hello, everybody watching us on the live stream on YouTube. And hello also to the people watching on catch up on YouTube later. Hello to Barbara, my co-host for today. And you know Barbara already, I'm sure. After working at the National Library of the Netherlands, she now runs her own digital preservation consulting firm. And she was the vice chair of iPres in Amsterdam last year. So let me welcome Barbara also to the We Miss iPres Festival.
Hello, William. Hello, everybody. Well, officially, I should introduce William shortly as well, but I assume everybody knows William. He's the director of the Digital Preservation Coalition, and he was so kind to support this initiative to organize with his team We Miss iPres.
So, willkommen, bienvenue, and welcome to all of you all around the world to day 2 of the first and perhaps the only ever We Miss iPres. What is We Miss iPres? Well, let's get one thing straight. This is not a conference. It's only even loosely associated with iPres itself. So I want you to think about it. I want you to start by identifying this as an informal get together, as a festival to celebrate all the work that is successful and productive in digital preservation over the year, a way to bring the digital preservation community together. Barbara, can you remind us, why have we taken this step of bringing everyone together like this?
Well, that's easy, because we do miss iPres, don't we? In May of this year, when iPres 2020 was postponed to 2021, like so many other conferences and events like PASIC, I don't need to tell you why it was the case, but I wrote a more or less grumpy blog post about not being able to update each other on the progress we made in digital preservation. That would be a waste of time, I think. Luckily, others like Barbara Signori, Marcel Ross, and William, they had the same thought. And that's when the idea was born. Don't let COVID-19 stop us. We wanted to create an opportunity for the digital preservation community to meet, at least virtually, to share stories and to discuss challenges, building a bridge between iPres 2019 in Amsterdam. By the way, I'm in Amsterdam, not in The Hague, and iPres 2021 in Beijing. So keeping the conversation going.
So that was exactly the plan. And this is the little group of the Friends of iPres who've been working for the last 2 months, really, to bring this festival together. Again, not a conference, a gathering, a way of celebrating our work. So here they are. You probably recognize a few of these people already. You might have met some of them yesterday in day 1 of our gathering. But let me introduce properly and to acknowledge the work of Andrea Gotals at the National Library of New Zealand. I'd be very surprised if Andrea's with us right now, considering the time. But also Angela Pugione, Barbara Searman, Barbara Signori, John McMillan, Natalie Harrower, Sarah Middleton, Marcel Rass, Jinjin Wu, and Bradley Daigle, who have all come together to put on We Miss iPress.
And the best of all is, we hit the nerve. The digital preservation community, you all responded so positively. William, you have the numbers?
I know, it's extraordinary, really. We genuinely worried that we wouldn't have enough content for 2 days, 2 half days, let alone 3. And in the end, when we invited contributions, we had over 100 submissions, 100 stories for us to tell and to share. And it's fine to have that number, because this isn't a conference. It's a festival where we can bring all those different stories together and tell them. And by the way, it's also good because thank goodness we didn't have to review all of those submissions, nor will we have to edit or chase people for the proceedings. There will be a recording, so just to remind you, we are recording on YouTube. And of course, therefore, for what you say at We Miss iPress will stay at We Miss iPress on the YouTube channel. Well, I guess it won't stay there forever. This is a digital preservation conversation for sure, but it'll stay with us for a while longer. We also wondered if anyone would come. We genuinely didn't know how much interest people would have. Everyone has, to some extent, Zoom fatigue in these unusual times. But in the end, we had more registrations than Zoom could accommodate. We had 1,500, or around 1,500 registrations from all over the world for the 3 days of We Miss iPress. That's 6 continents and 50 countries, all following us and contributing to the conference on Zoom, or to the gathering, I should say, on Zoom, and many, many more following on the live stream on YouTube.
Yes, so it is a success, but I will remind you, We Miss iPress is a lightweight, informal and friendly event. It's about sustaining our community. And we want you all to become friends of iPress, and many of you are already a friend of iPress. No way we can do without social part. And that's why there will be a get-together at the end of every half day. So within a few hours, and be prepared for some surprises. We want you to have fun, as much fun as possible on Zoom. And talking about Zoom, there are some important things we have to remind you of. Please turn your camera and your microphones off, except when you speak, of course. Every session has a tech lead who can help you if you need a hand with anything, especially if the presenter needs that. So ask the tech lead in case of trouble.
So can we ask you, please, to give yourself an identifiable name and also to put your affiliation with that. So you click on your name, you hover over, you'll see your name on the participant list, you'll hover over that, you'll see the More button, and that gives you an option to change your name. No lanyards this year, but I want you to consider that like your pass, like your badge for We Miss iPress.
Yes, and there is a chat box too, and that's an important one. Please write all your comments and the questions for the speakers in that chat box. The co-chairs of each session will follow up on these and hand over or make a choice of the questions to discuss after the speaker is ready.
There's also collaborative notes, so that you can write your notes as you go, and you can write your notes with others, and we'll put the links for those also into the chat box so you can pick those up as well.
And I need to remind you, the digital preservation community is an open and inclusive community, and we encourage diversity in all its forms. We are committed to making community events accessible to everyone who wishes to engage with the topic of digital preservation. So
we ask those attending We Miss iPress Festival to be positive, to be accepting and sensitive to the needs and feelings of others, in alignment with the values as stated in the DPC's inclusion and diversity policy.
And as said before, we are recording this festival and live streaming it. However, we won't be recording the social part and the social get-together at the end.
And of course, we encourage you to tweet about the presentations, to chat with each other on the public forums that you occupy, and the hashtag on Twitter, of course, is We Miss iPres. Back to the programme for today. Each half day has basically the same outline, and it follows the same grid of presentations and so forth. Today is themed around the best of digital preservation for 2020. So later, we'll be joined by the finalists in the Digital Preservation Awards. But we're very happy to pick up, first of all, with the threads from 2019 with Michelle Caswell. Michelle gave the keynote presentation, or one of the keynote presentations last year in Amsterdam. And I can imagine that 2020 has given Michelle a few things to talk about since her keynote last year.
Yes, and a little bit about tomorrow, day 3. That's the day to look forward to 2021, to the iPres in Beijing, where we hopefully can meet in person again. Today, after the keynote and a short break, we have 3 sessions, and within them 3 streams. More on the streams later, but immediately after the final session will be the social event. And please join us for that. If you want to prepare a drink or get ahead in advance, please do so during the breaks. Now, before we pass on to the introduction of the keynote, William, you have some words to say.
Yes, I do. Before we get going, we want to carry out one small stunt, if you will permit us, which is in keeping with the open and friendly nature of what we want to achieve at We Miss iPres. So I wonder if I could ask you to please do us a favour. I'd like you, if you wouldn't mind, our advice so far has been to turn your cameras off. But actually right now, I want you, if you would be willing, to turn your camera on. If you've got a cat or a pet or a hat or a child with you, bring them into shot as well, because what we're going to do at the start, one little stunt before we get going, just to prove to us, everyone, that there's real people out here and we're not just speaking to the screen, that we are a group. We come together as one. So we're going to get everyone to point or wave at the screen. We're going to have a bonus points for anyone who's got a cat or a dog with them. And our tech lead, John's there somewhere. John's going to capture a few shots, which we will then share with everyone on Twitter. So are you ready? On the count of 3, I want everyone to be waving and smiling and being happy in front of the camera as best you can. And John's going to give us a countdown. I think it's done. Is it counting?
I've got it already. Thank you.
Very good, very good. We said before yesterday, this is like the opening scene in the Muppet Show, right? You know, with the little boxes. So like I'm going to appear like, I don't know, is it Fozzie or is it, who's it that appears out of the logo in the middle? Anyway, thank you all very much. Hopefully that sets something of the friendly tone that we want to achieve for the rest of today. But you've heard enough from me already. It's my very great pleasure to hand on now to Natalie Harrower, one of the friends of iPres, and Natalie's going to lead us into the next and interesting part of our day today. Natalie, you're muted.
Oh, I was too ready there with my camera on. Good morning, everyone, or good middle of the day, or good middle of the night, depending on where you're signing in from. Just a note for those of you that don't know about Zoom that much, first of all, you're lucky. But second, there's a little right thing in the top right corner that says speaker view versus gallery. That's one way to switch between what you see, if that's helpful to you. Okay, without further ado, It is my great pleasure to be able to introduce again, I had this pleasure last year, this time in person, to introduce Michelle Caswell. Michelle comes to us from UCLA, where she's jointly appointed to the Department of Information Studies. She's professor of archival studies there and Asian American studies. She's the PI for the Community Archives Lab, and she's co-founder of the South Asian American Digital Archive. This is an online repository that documents and provides access to the diverse stories of South Asian Americans. And since she spoke to us this time last year at iPress in Amsterdam, she's been working with the South Asian American Digital Archive on the Letters from 6 Feet Away project to document the COVID crisis. She's also been working on efforts to activate records in this collection to get South Asian Americans to vote in the November election and to support the Black Lives Matter movement. So her 2014 book, Archiving the Unspeakable, Silence, Memory, and the Photographic Record in Cambodia, won the Waldo Gifford Leland Prize for Best Publication from the Society of American Archivists. And again, when she addressed us last year, she was working on her second monograph. And I can't believe this because the demands of the pandemic have been huge, but she's now in the final stages of editing it. And the title is Urgent Archives, Enacting Liberatory Memory Work. And it'll be published as part of Routledge's Archival Study Series in 2021. So the title of Michelle's keynote today is Revisiting Feminist Standpoint Appraisal, Centering Oppressed Positions in Times of Crisis. Sounds very fitting for the moment that we're in. You can put your questions in the chat at any time. You can put them in there as Michelle is speaking, but we'll save them to the end, and then I'll come back and do the best to moderate in a somewhat live fashion the questions that have come in, okay? So I will pass it on to Michelle Caswell.
Great, thank you so much, Natalie, for that introduction. I can't believe you all invited me back. I'm so excited. Thank you all for being here in the distributed sense of the word here. So much has changed since last year, and so much has also remained the same. But the changes make the work of digital preservation more vital than ever if we're able to harness the power that we all have for our mutual co-liberation. So I'm going to share my slides right now before I launch into it. And there we go.
You're in presenter view if you want that. Yeah.
Let's see. Let me try that again.
Yeah.
One second, everyone.
Can't see what you're doing and what everyone else is seeing at the same time.
There we go.
And then you just need to share screen again, I think.
There we go.
Got it. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So the COVID-19 crisis and the global movement for Black lives have resurfaced the structural inequities at all levels of our societies. These structural inequities have been there for centuries, not for 6 months. And we, whether we're digital preservationists, archivists, librarians, or computer scientists, we are all memory workers, is how I frame it, whose theories, practices, and institutions have been deeply complicit in creating and replicating these inequities based on systems of white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, capitalism, and other oppressions for centuries. So that's the bad news. The good news is that we have the power to interrupt these systems of oppression, to dismantle memory structures designed around them and in service to them, and to build new liberatory systems if we have the courage. And I hope that we can all find a little of that courage here today. So as Natalie said, the title of today's brief talk is Revisiting Feminist Standpoint Appraisal, Centering Oppressed Positions in Times of Crisis. So I'll start with a brief recap of the talk from last year to jog our memories and also to sort of get you up to speed if you weren't here last year in Amsterdam, A version of that paper more focused on archival appraisal than digital preservation, has been published in the Journal of Critical Library and Information Studies. And here's the citation for that. And I encourage you all to read it for further detail. As Natalie mentioned, my forthcoming book, Urgent Archives, Enacting Liberatory Memory Work, will be published by Routledge Press next year, and this talk draws on that as well. And the book further explicates what I call a liberatory approach to memory work, and what that means and what it demands of us, right? It demands that we stop relying on linear progress narratives of time, that we shift our work to support the joy of self-recognition for minoritized communities, that we use our skills as memory workers to support claims for material redistribution of wealth and land to colonized people. After a brief recap of last year's talk and some applications of it to our current situation, I have an exercise for all of us to do in real time, wherever we are, and I really hope that you all play along with me a little bit for that exercise. And then there'll be time at the end for questions before the turn of the hour when I have to run to supervise remote first grade for my 6-year-old son. So I've been at home for 6 months, like many of you have been, but I've been here with my son while my husband, who's an emergency physician, has worked long and dangerous hours at a Los Angeles County public hospital. So the urgency of this moment, the importance and undervaluation of care work in this moment, in tandem with the absolute need for real structural change, has not been lost on me. I'm living through the thick of it, even as I speak to you from a position of immense privilege as a white tenured faculty member who, at least for now, still has a job, though it is clear to me how expendable the work of younger women scholars who are caregivers really is to the university. These markers that I'm telling you about myself, white, American, now upper middle class, mother, woman, are important, not just so that you get to know me as a human, but because they position my work. I cannot extricate my positionality from my work, nor would I want to. Last year, I told you about how in the past 20 years, when archival theorists have acknowledged the subjectivity of the archivist, their positionality is largely seen as something to be documented and mitigated rather than embraced. I asked, how is it that those most familiar with practical intricacies of how knowledge is produced and canons are formed, who make decisions about what gets thrown away and what gets preserved in perpetuity, have denied the mark left by their own fingerprints? I then argued that the canon of archival theory largely has been created by people from dominant social groups who position their decisions as unmarked in service of power. I then argued that we've lost much in the canonization of their ideas, foremost the value of the view from outside dominant power structures. I then argued that a corpus of thought called feminist standpoint epistemology helps us rethink both the process by which we determine value and our role as memory workers in that process, leading towards a new methodology, epistemology, and political strategy for appraisal, which I called feminist standpoint appraisal. Feminist standpoint appraisal inverts dominant hierarchies that value objects and collections created by those in power to justify and consolidate their power at the expense of objects and collections created by the oppressed to document and resist their oppression and imagine liberation. As such, feminist standpoint appraisal explicitly and unapologetically gives epistemological weight, thereby assigning value to, objects and collections potentially activated in service to those individuals and communities oppressed by capitalism, white supremacy, and heteropatriarchy. Furthermore, feminist standpoint appraisal shifts our thinking about the position of the memory worker from a purportedly objective view from nowhere, which in fact belies a dominant but unnamed white male position, towards a socially located, culturally situated agent who centers ways of being and knowing from the margins. Feminist standpoint appraisal, as I proposed it, calls on memory workers who inhabit dominant identities to acknowledge their oppressor positionalities and actively work to dismantle them. As you may recall, I define feminist standpoint epistemologies as ways of knowing that acknowledge, in the words of Patricia Hill Collins, it's impossible to separate the structure and thematic content of thought from the historical and material conditions shaped by the lives of its producers, and that centers the perspectives and needs of oppressed communities in the pursuit of knowledge. As such, feminist standpoint epistemologies accomplish two goals. First, they situate the previously unnamed dominant position as such. And secondly, they give epistemological priority to positions emerging from and aligned with oppressed communities. Last year, I then delineated a distinction. For those who inhabit oppressed positionalities, feminist standpoint epistemologies empower us to view those perspectives that have been constructed as barriers to success in the profession and in the academy as indeed great blessings. And for those of us who inhabit oppressor positionalities, feminist standpoint epistemologies can give us the tools to name and dismantle the oppression that has shepherded us in the first place. Rather than promulgate a universalist notion of bringing balance, lots of scare quotes here, balance to the historic record or diversifying it as an afterthought, feminist standpoint appraisal begins with the views from the margins in the determination of value. It acknowledges all knowledge as partial and attempts to diminish the perversity of that partiality by serving those most in need. It also posits that mainstream archives employing dominant appraisal methodologies have resulted in collections that overrepresent dominant groups. In this way, feminist standpoint appraisal presents a corrective to the overrepresentation of dominant identities and priorities in archives. And I want to be clear here, records created by people in power can serve the needs of oppressed communities, and in fact are crucial for legal, cultural, and political efforts for justice and reparation. However, what makes a feminist standpoint appraisal different from dominant forms of appraisal that also value the records of people in power is the explicit aim and orientation of feminist standpoint appraisal to serve the needs of the oppressed rather than those from dominant groups, or in most appraisal epistemologies, to no one named in particular. So to be clear, I'm not arguing that we altogether stop collecting or preserving records created by people in power. I'm arguing that we do so with the needs of oppressed communities in mind. So feminist standpoint appraisal is explicitly a political strategy, and that its ultimate aim is the use of collections for the liberation of oppressed people. Accurate and robust representation in archives and the emotion it engenders, what I've termed representational belonging, is a key step on the path to liberation, but it's not the end goal in and of itself. Feminist standpoint appraisal does not start and stop with more representative archives or what I call recuperative collecting of lost or buried histories, but explicitly asks about the liberatory uses of such collections. Liberatory uses of collections may take the form of historical evidence to establish facts, legal claims and evidence for justice, land reclamation or material reparation, or cultural evidence to imagine futures unbound by the oppressions of the present. So in summary, last year I presented you all with a new theory, methodology, and political strategy for memory workers to determine the values of the objects and collections to which we commit resources to steward over time. So what does all that mean right now in 2020, in the middle of a pandemic and a global movement for Black lives? I want to go back 4 years ago, so traveling back in time a little bit to 2016. So in 2016, I was part of a group of 3 American memory workers, Jarrett Drake, whose work most of you are familiar with, the now late and greatly missed Doria Johnson, and myself, who formed a delegation to participate in the Nelson Mandela Foundation's International Dialogue series on how to use memory for justice in post-conflict societies. It was very unusual to be included in this International Dialogue series as an American, since the US is not a post-conflict society. We are a conflict society in which most white people do not acknowledge there is a conflict. Maybe that is now changing thanks to Black Lives Matter activists. We issued a statement that I encourage all of you to read online, advocating for what we called a liberation theology for memory work. And I want to read to you part of that statement here. The past was never singular, nor will the future be. In order to generate these futures, memory work should be dangerous. It should seek not only to acknowledge past trauma, but to repair it. It should aim to upend hierarchies of power, to distribute resources more equitably, to enable complex forms of self-representation, and to restore the humanity of those for whom it has been denied. In our immediate context, this means using our skills as archivists, public historians, and academics to end the state-sponsored murder and mass incarceration of Black people, and the continued genocide and displacement of Indigenous peoples, to dismantle systems of white supremacy, to actively resist the oppression of the most vulnerable amongst us, and to re-envision forms of justice that repair and restore rather than violate and harm individuals and communities. So this was written 4 years ago, and really it's been a blueprint for me ever since, and will continue to remain so in the future. So what it points to is that the first and most crucial aspect of liberatory memory work is mobilizing records to repair past harm through the redistribution of resources. In my American context, and I know this is an international crowd, so I'm just speaking as an American, given the two foundational sins of the US, the genocide of indigenous people and the enslavement of African people, liberatory memory work in an American context must seek to repair these harms by mobilizing records in service of indigenous sovereignty and land reclamation and material reparations for the descendants of enslaved Africans. You will have to determine what those priorities look like and what your foundational inequities are for you, depending on your own context. So jumping ahead back to 2020, where we find ourselves now, I want to be clear here that these demands, the demands that we laid out 4 years ago, have not changed and do not even get reshuffled because of the COVID crisis. They are bound up in COVID-19 because of the way white supremacy calculates Black and Indigenous lives as collateral damage. They remain the headlines. Our work as memory workers is intricately bound to the mattering of Black lives. I know that many of you are in the throes of building collections around COVID-19 and the 2020 uprisings for Black lives due to a sense of professional duty to document history as it happens. Perhaps you are engaging in these collecting projects to demonstrate your impact in a time of manufactured budget deficits, or perhaps you're doing so to feel useful in a time when the skills of memory workers are not foremost. I know that we all need to feel useful right now. But I'd like us to take a step back, as Era Tanzi urges us to do in a recent blog post that she wrote about COVID-19 collecting, and ask a few questions. Are we vultures circling the dying? Whose narratives are we preserving and for which purposes? Why the urgency? Urgency of what and for whom? I posit that urgency is not in scooping up collections during a pandemic. The urgency is in using our skills as memory workers to dismantle systems of oppression. In June, so just a few months ago, a group of brilliant Black archivists issued a statement called Call to Action, Archiving State-Sanctioned Violence Against Black People. Please read it. I have the link here. It's a Medium blog post. They urged memory workers to, above all, center Black voices in documenting state violence against Black people and the ensuing uprisings. They ask that Black memory workers should lead the documentation response when Black people are suffering. I encourage all of us to take heed of these words. If you are not Black, please proceed carefully. Learn to follow direction if you are not Black, right? Cultivate the wisdom to know the difference between exploitation and empowerment. And I'm inspired here by the work of some fantastic archivists who are centering the needs of Black people and documenting and preserving records of struggle. So organizations like Documenting the Now, Witness, Texas After Violence Project, and the Chicago-based group of Black archivists calling themselves the Blackivists have been doing the work around centering the needs of Black people and protesters in memory work. Burgess Jules from Shift Design has really taken the lead in organizing a group called Archivists Supporting Activists that I highly recommend you all check out. They're looking for memory workers to help join. This work has to be done thoughtfully and ethically. It has to center oppressed positionalities if we are not to create databases that feed into the carceral state's need to criminalize and cage protesters, if we are to stand for Black liberation rather than oppression. Last year, I presented you with a series of questions to consider when acquiring digital objects. And I think these questions hold up a year later in the COVID and Black Lives Matter context. So I'm going to go through these questions. And as I go through these questions, I'd like you to think of a collection you are currently working with related to the COVID-19 crisis or the uprising for Black lives, if it's applicable to you. So these are the questions. How does my own standpoint relate to this collection of digital objects? Is my standpoint one of oppressed or oppressor in relation to this collection and the community from which it emerges? Why does it matter in this specific case? What is the relationship between the institution and organization I represent and the community from which these digital objects emerge in terms of power? Are there other institutions or organizations more closely aligned with that community that might make a more fitting steward of these digital objects? Do these particular digital objects under consideration give us the perspectives of those who are oppressed? Do they give the perspective of those groups who are even further marginalized within an oppressed community? Can these particular digital objects be activated by oppressed communities for more robust representation, for efforts to achieve justice or reparation, or for inspiration to imagine different futures? What is the affective or emotional impact of my preservation intervention on oppressed communities? Most importantly, what harm will be done to whom if these digital objects are preserved and made accessible? What benefits to whom? So I'll stop there for the purpose of time, but these questions are available in that Journal of Critical LIS article that I mentioned earlier. So I ask you to run through these questions as you build new collections in our current context. We must be open and upfront about our motivations and intentions in this moment. So this is an invitation to pause and consider deeply the work that we're all doing. As memory workers, we must also refuse the easy archival solutions, I think, that posit ceremony and historical markers and digital collections as reparations in and of themselves, that place museum displays, digital collections, and memorials where justice and reparation should be. It's clear to me that what they called symbolic reparations in the Cambodian context, memorials, monuments, archives, are empty gestures without material reparations. And I think we need both forms of justice working in tandem, recognition and redistribution, to borrow feminist philosopher Nancy Fraser's analysis. We need to use our skills as memory workers against necropolitics, the state-sponsored administration of death in support of the life chances of oppressed communities, namely, in my American context, Black and Indigenous communities. I'm not convinced that this means collecting more right now about COVID-19 or the uprisings for Black lives. I am convinced that it means leveraging our skills as memory workers to resist, imagine, and enact liberatory worlds. My question for us, all of us, because I include myself in this, is are we up to the challenge? So I want to guide us now in an exercise, and I hope you all agree to play along with me. So I'd like us to, just for a few minutes, imagine what liberatory digital preservation would look like. So I'd like everyone across the world to stop, take a deep breath, close your eyes. We're gonna do some imagining work here. I think I've learned from my son's first grade teachers. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and imagine, what does liberatory digital preservation look like for you? How does it feel? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? What does it accomplish? If we are in person, I would ask you to draw a picture and to share. This format isn't conducive for sharing, but I want us all to think about what would it take to enact this vision? How do we get there? And I'd like us each to take just a minute to think about maybe 3 concrete actions we could take to get there, before I turn it over to Natalie and open it up for questions. So if you could just quickly jot down 3 concrete actions you might take to get to your vision of liberatory digital preservation. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Natalie now for some questions of me.
Thank you so much. Fantastic talk. I feel like I'm really, really glad we're recording this so I can go back and watch it again, because it's a lot to take in. Everyone, if you're still out there, if you didn't drift off too much in this moment, please do enter your questions into the chat box. I know it takes time to formulate them, so Michelle and I will continue a little bit of a chat here. We've got another 10, 12 minutes before we have to wrap up to move on to the next thing. So thank you so much, Michelle. And amazingly, thank you for actually keeping to time, because I know you wanted to make sure there was enough time for questions here.
I'm keeping the Feminist Act, so.
There you go. You know, when I was trying to do that visualization while also feeling responsible for looking at the chat box, I thought about liberatory, you know, envisioning that. To me, that's about trying to include as many voices and get to those voices, you know, because I, you know, work with a digital archive, and we have a certain remit that's national, but how does that national get defined? And how do you then make sure that you open up that concept of national to be more inclusive than however it may be defined in the given moment, right? And so reaching different communities to hear what they have to say, I think, is one of the challenges. So I don't know if that's a really tough question to start you off with, but you know, what are some of your methods for trying to get more broad communities involved in some of the work that you do?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really, really good question. So one of the chapters of my book is about what I'm calling recuperative collecting, right? Which is this urge to collect stories from marginalized groups that have been silenced or erased or excluded from archives. And it's important to do that. It's also important that when mainstream institutions engage in those recuperative projects, that they're not replicating the same extractive procedures, techniques, strategies that mainstream institutions have often historically and contemporaneously used around those same communities, right? So it's not as simple as, you know, rewriting your collection development policy and all of a sudden prioritizing groups that have been left out, communities of color, for example. Because again, that could just replicate this extractive taking where you're taking collections away from communities and you're cutting them off from actually using those collections, right? I think what needs to change is the entire structure, right? The entire structure of white supremacist collecting, the entire power structure needs to be dismantled and rebuilt, so that we need to re-envision the structures at their root, right? Which is the etymology of the word radical is at their root, right? At their root, we need to build more inclusive structures. So that means every level of sharing decision-making powers, empowering communities, giving them autonomy about how they want to be represented. And that kind of sharing of decision-making is often going to butt heads with the current state of practice, because dominant Western archival theory and practice is rooted in colonialism. It's rooted in white supremacy. It's rooted in these oppressive forms. And so it's going to take a complete dismantling of that and restructuring. And that's why imagination is so important, right? Because we can't fully envision yet what that world is going to look like, because we're stuck in the world that we have. And so I think it's really important for us to also take the time to think about, what do we want a new world to look like? What do we want to get out of our work? What do we want our work to accomplish in the world? And then work backwards from that vision. Like, how do we then build systems that do that, right? So it's both and, right? Both dismantling oppressive structures and building liberatory structures. I think also, as I sort of glossed over in the talk, that sense of self-recognition is really important for communities that have been what I call, you know, symbolically annihilated in mainstream archives. It's really important for them to see themselves in collections, right? That is an empowering feeling, to see yourself represented after having been symbolically annihilated. But I think we also need to push that further and move that sense of self-recognition into redistribution of resources, so that we're moving resources to empower communities that have been left out to do this work themselves. For me, that has meant advocating for and working with community-based archives, because those are, you know, autonomous organizations that serve and represent those communities that have been left out. And so I think we need to envision more equitable relationships between mainstream institutions and those local community archives, which have been, again, extracted from by mainstream predominantly white institutions rather than collaborating in an equitable fashion. So it's sort of shifting that. But on a very practical note, the way that we have done this with SADA, with the South Asian American Digital Archive, is that we've gotten funding from the Mellon Foundation to fund a project called the Archival Creators Project. And what it is it is a fellowship program that pays, and being paid for your labor is key here, pays South Asian Americans who are from communities that are marginalized within South Asian American communities to help us figure out what is important to collect and how to collect it. So we just had our first kind of round of Archival Creators Fellows, and we had fantastic fellows representing transgender communities, Indo-Caribbean communities, and Dalit lower caste communities. And they really helped us sort of rethink how we can, even within a marginalized community, even within South Asian American communities, continue to collect materials from those marginalized groups within that community.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. I mean, it's so refreshing to hear, especially in a moment when it feels like it from every angle, there's a closing down of thought and imagination, critical thought and imagination and that sort of thing. And I could just go on with you in this conversation one-to-one, but I'm conscious there's like over several hundred people out there. The questions are starting to come in right now. Some of them are questions and some of them are people chatting to each other. So I'm going to quickly take a look here and see. I think, Steph Taylor, if you're out there and want to turn on your mic, there's a bit of a discussion happening here. There was a question put out by Neil Jeffries saying, how much of the problem is that we tend to take on what is easy and cheap to tackle? So about resources under a different constraint. And then Steph has come in to link that to how that's driven by current setup. Steph, are you there? Can you turn on your mic?
Hi, Natalie, I'm here.
Hi, do you want to phrase that? Do you want to phrase your point or question or turn it into a question to Michelle Vang?
Yeah, I think what I was trying to get at was it's very difficult. Neil made the point that we do sometimes go for these kind of low-hanging fruit type projects, which I think is valid. But I think the reason we do that is because what is perceived as being easy, cheap, pleasing, a quick win is all being informed by the structure that we're trying to dismantle, really. I'm not quite sure how we take that apart, but I'm very here for taking it apart. I think one example that I always think of is the Letters of 1916 project in Ireland, which took physical objects of letters and postcards. It's one of my favourite projects ever, and digitized them. And this was done throughout the Republic of Ireland. That could have only happened after Ireland became its own country. There was a drive there to look at a certain history, which was a group that was no longer marginalised, but looking at its own history in a different way than it had when Ireland was occupied by the English. And it's that kind of, I don't know how we get to that point without creating that amount of drama out of it, I guess. I think it's very difficult to engage with communities when our own push is coming from inside for us to conform to different things. If you have any advice on that, I would be really, really keen to hear.
Yeah, this is a really great, important point, right? Because I think we're all operating in a neoliberal environment where we're all really pressured to demonstrate outcomes, right? And at the same time, our imperative to do liberatory memory work, it's an urgent imperative, but the work itself is slow, right? So there's an organization called Showing Up for Racial Justice that's primarily composed of white Americans, right? That are interested in figuring out ways to dismantle white supremacy. And they have this list of characteristics of a white supremacist organization, which I encourage everyone to look at. I don't agree with all of them, but they're really interesting to see. And one of the characteristics is this need to demonstrate outcomes quick and easy outcomes as a way to report back to funders, right? So look at the progress that we have made. We've done X, Y, and Z thing, right? I can tell you now that like dismantling white supremacy, it's not going to be a bullet point on a grant funded project, right? It's going to happen outside of those funding structures that themselves have been extremely oppressive, right? That are part of the problem, not part of the solution. And that can often seem overwhelming at times, right? Because we're all operating in this environment of manufactured austerity where our jobs are all on the chopping block, unfortunately, right? And so I think what we need to do is we need to organize, right, together with each other into collective action about this, because again, it's going to take more than one person doing this. It's going to take a movement of people. But I also think that it goes back to demonstrating the importance of memory work to larger societies, right? So if memory workers play a key role in material reparation and land reclamation for Indigenous communities or reparations for the descendants of enslaved Africans, then we are demonstrating the importance of our work in a global scale that we have not really done before. And once that importance is demonstrated, then there will be more public will to fund us, right? So it's a huge problem. It's a structural problem. And I think, we need to both, again, work within the world that we're currently constrained by, but also imagine this other way that is completely different and completely restructured from what we have now, and do those both at the same time, which is quite challenging. But I think the more that we can work together, right, unionize together, advocate for our profession together, and then shift the focus of the work so that it becomes really quite obvious to anybody how important the work that we do is, right? That it's not just an elite group of scholars that we serve. It's that we do work that is very foundational to restructuring society along liberatory lines. Yeah. So I know a big answer. It's a really good question.
Well, big answer to a really big question. When you're talking about structural or systemic change, it's I think it can feel overwhelming because it's like, how do we change everything all of a sudden? But you've pointed out some things, and this has come up over and over in your talk as I was listening, is, collaborate. Remember that you may be funded by one group, but you are serving a broader public. And that has to be done in a certain kind of way, and you can help to redefine what that way is. There's so many interesting things happening in the chat, but most of them are statements more than questions, which is just hard to parse a bit in this moment. But someone has mentioned that the co-founders of Blacktivists are holding a digital preservation training for community activists next Tuesday. Yeah, so there's a link to that.
Yeah, I'm so glad, Lauren Work. Thank you for mentioning that. That event is organized by the Community Archives Collaborative, which SADA, the South Asian American Digital Archive, is one of the collaborative members who's working on that. There's another workshop that's also coming up that's about fundraising for community-based archives. Mm-hmm. Again, these are meant for community archives, but everybody is welcome to join them. And it's community-based work. Community archives have so much need for digital preservation skills and knowledges and strategies and plans that all of your skills can really be of use. Again, it goes down to collaboration, but equitable collaboration.
That's such a helpful response, because again, it can feel overwhelming. You have a certain skill set, but how do you sort of shift that in that direction? Now there's a bunch of questions coming in, but I am under strict orders that I'm supposed to wrap this up within the next minute. I'm going to throw one more to you. Okay. I know I'm going to get in trouble for this, but just not because of the importance of the question, but the strict schedule we have. So William's actually asking, does COVID-19 or Black Lives Matter give the opportunity to change things? And I know you did talk about, this isn't 6 months that we're talking about of oppression and exclusion, it's centuries. Or do you think it genuinely reinforces unequal structures? Like, what's happening in this moment? Are there gaps?
It's both and, not either or, right? So yes, the current moment definitely reinforces the structural inequities, but as Arundhati Roy says, it's a portal to a new world, right? So there is a crack here where it's possible because it's so clear how the old systems are not working. right? It's been clear for centuries for oppressed communities that the old systems aren't working, but now there's this window for the rest of us to see that. And so there is an opportunity here that we need to seize, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, that feels liberatory in and of itself, as long as the momentum can continue, right? Because like finally people are paying attention. Black Lives Matter movement started a while ago as well. And of course, you know, entire oppression history, but also with COVID, like, oh, maybe we need universal healthcare and preventative and all the rest, right? Yes, thank you for leaving us on such a positive, liberatory and hopeful note. And I hope we can all use that to charge forward and make these changes in whatever kinds of incremental ways we can. I think I have to pass back now to our hosts for the day. Thank you so much, Michelle Caswell. Thank you for speaking to us the first time. Thank you for coming back to us the second time. Maybe we should just invite you every time. Anyway.
Thank you. I'll go teach first grade now.
Okay, thank you so much. Round of applause. I'll hand it over to William and Barbara.
Yeah, I think you put your cameras on and give them a round of applause. It's well deserved. Barbara, what's next?
Yeah, next. Well, it's a bit strange way of saying, but next is a break. And in that break, you can think about what you heard, but you can also get a cup of coffee, make breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or do a power nap, or walk the dog, feed the cat, whatever you want to do. Or you assemble the ingredients for your cocktail drink later for the social event, whatever you like.
A very good idea to get the cocktails started, although not too early. Don't be drinking them yet.
No, just put the ingredients together.
We've got a great program. So let me just explain what's going to happen next. Let me explain actually why it's going to happen next. Okay. So the next session, the immediate next session, is really where we're going to look at the best of digital preservation from this year, this crazy, manic year where so much has happened. So we're going to look at the best of digital preservation through a particular lens, and it's the lens of a thing very close to my heart, which is the Digital Preservation Awards. Now, every 2 years, the organisation I work for, which is the Digital Preservation Coalition, opens a competition to find and to celebrate the very best of digital preservation work at the time. We've been doing this since 2004, and we did it first with just a single award, but every time we've done it, it's grown, and this is no exception this year. Previous winners have included now digital preservation staples like Pronom or Droid or Premise. And applications come in genuinely from all around the world, this year from 5 different continents. And each time a large panel of judges, experts get together, many of them actually in the room with us today, who sift through a huge pile of applications and nominations to select a group of finalists. Friends of iPres, back in the day, might remember actually as announcing the shortlist in Vienna in 2010. Now, the awards are framed as a competition, but really it's a way of marking the generous and creative people who help move digital preservation forward. The sad truth is that our work isn't much celebrated outside of our own community. And if no one else is willing to throw the party, then you can always rely on the DPC to want to throw the party and have that celebration. So when you come back from your break, the very next session is a celebration of the best of digital preservation as 2020, as seen through the process of the Preservation Awards. We've selected finalists, and we're giving each of the finalists a 5-minute pitch to talk to you about their work and to answer a few questions. We want them to be able to tell their story so that by the time we come to announce the winners, which by the way, will be on World Digital Preservation Day, that's the 5th of November, 2020, get that in your diary as well. When we come round to announce the winners, you'll already know their names and you'll be able to help us raise the roof and raise the profile about all that great work. There are 7 awards this year. I'll run through them. Student Award, Award for Research and Innovation, an award for Teaching and Communication, an award for Preserving the Digital Legacy, which is for the maintainers that just get on and do the hard work. We have an award for commerce, industry, and the third sector to make the point that memory isn't just an issue for memory institutions, but for all agencies in all sectors. We have a new award this year sponsored by the International Council on Archives for collaboration and cooperation. And DPC members now have the happy job of picking and commenting on their favourites through an online poll. The last award, I should say, I said there are 7. The last award is the DPC Fellowship, which is a personal award. DPC members nominate the person who they think has made a generous and lasting contribution to digital preservation, and they pick or nominate the fellow from that list. And did I mention, by the way, that Barbara Searner was given the Fellowship of the DPC in Amsterdam in 2018. So, coming back to We Miss iPres. The next session, you're going to have a choice of which of those categories you'd like to join. We're going to batch them. So in stream 1, you can hear about the Research and Innovation Awards, and you can hear about the finalists in the Collaboration and Cooperation group. In stream 2, we're going to look at the most outstanding work by a student in digital preservation, and we're also going to hear about the teaching and communication category. And that's particularly exciting because the panel, as we came to judge it, we normally try to pick 3 finalists. It was so good we got 4. So there's quite a lot for us to discuss in the teaching and communication set. And finally, in stream 3, we're going to hear about the people getting on and doing digital preservation day to day in practical environments, the award for preserving the digital legacy, and the award for digital preservation in commerce, industry, and the third sector. And let me assure you, all of them are going to be great. So you've got a great choice ahead of you for your session about to start after the break.
Okay, thank you, William. Some more housekeeping. During the sessions, the chairs and the co-chairs for each stream will take over from this point after the break, so we will disappear. All Zoom rooms of the parallel streams will be opened now. You can already go there. You can come in during any time during the break. The Zoom rooms stay open during the whole day. The plenary Zoom room, where you're now in, stays open all time. And if you need assistance, you can come in anytime and use the chat box if you want to know something.
Okay, so listen, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you again, Michelle, for such a wonderful, inspiring and encouraging words at the start. We Miss iPres as a festival. It's a lightweight, light-hearted engagement with the whole community because we just can't get together face to face. But it's really important that we all come together as one. You know, if something goes wrong, or you can't get your PowerPoint up, or you find yourself in the wrong time zone, and I've done that a few times, then don't worry. Okay, if someone doesn't show up, you know, we miss that person. There's fun to be had. There's fellowship to be built. There's friendships to be established and re-established. Welcome one and all, and do enjoy yourselves for the rest of this half day of We Miss iPres. Go and get your cup of coffee or your donut or your cocktail, depending where you are in the world. Thank you very much.
Yes, see you later.
Starting in 15 minutes past the hour. Bye all.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Abby. How are you?
Need to unmute. Of course, the dog just started barking.
Of course.
No.
Hi, Karen.
Hi there.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, how are you?
Sharon, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Abby.
All right, do we have all of our panelists? I see Brian,
Oh,
Hi, I'm gonna-
Bradley, Shara. Hi. I think I have everybody's pronunciations down. I'm your chair today, those of you who are presenting. You all know you've got 3 minutes. We have 5 minutes for each session. And my timekeeper today, I found some jingle bells. They're a little loud. So, so I'll give you those at the 1 minute warning. And then I might do a little reminder jingle at the end when your time is up, but I'll try to keep us on because we have a lot to get through. So any questions that anybody has? Does everybody have their presentations set?
Can I ask a question, Abby? I know it's strange for me to ask it, but did we get I have a recording of a presentation from Barbara Lemon at the National and State Libraries of Australia. You can just check that that's arrived safely.
Oh, I did not know there was a recording for that. Okay.
Great. Because it's like 4 a.m. or something for her in Melbourne.
Okay.
So we thought it was she was very generous and offered to come and speak, but we thought a recording would be fine.
I'm actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to use this time just to make sure the recording can be heard by everybody, if that's all right. I'll just do a test run. Because if the tech lead can't get it to work, it's not a good sign, is it?
Hello, my name is Barbara Lemon and I am Executive Officer for...
Is that okay?
Yep.
Great. I don't want to spoil any more of it. That's great. Is anybody else want to share the screen to test anything?
Everybody good with the sharing? Is Simeon here? Do we have Simeon?
I am. Good evening.
Am I pronouncing that correct, Simeon?
You are.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Thank you.
And then Jeffrey. Let me see, Jeffrey.
Hi, Abby.
Hello.
This is Marcel. Jeffrey told me he will be there in 20 minutes from now.
Okay, okay, great.
So he will
He's
check in later on.
near the end. And he's Van der Hoeven?
Van der
Is that
Hoeven, yes.
Van der Hoeven. Okay, got that right. Good, okay. All right. I think we're set.
Would it be okay if I tested sharing my screen to make sure the speaker notes don't come up?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Oh, I hate that.
Yes.
I do that all the time.
Okay, so do people see only a slide and not my speaker notes?
Yep.
Yeah, that looks good, Brian.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Can I also give a try of the sharing screen?
And Simeon, you were down as and colleagues. Are you doing the full presenting or?
Yes, I'll be the one presenting.
Okay.
I will move some other people on the title slide.
Okay, I'll just take off and colleagues.
I think switching between multiple people in 3 minutes would be a little bit of
Agreed.
I'm sure I'll be stretching my 3 minutes anyway, so you'll need the bells.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. That looks good.
Okay, and you see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good, thank you. So I leave for a minute and come back.
Wait, League of Digital Nations. Or is that in the right session here?
Yeah, I don't see Maria Jose's name on the list.
Yeah, I think you should be in stream 3, Maria.
I think she's left for a second.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully she'll be back in time.
Yeah. I was like, wait, I don't have her on my list. Sharon, do you want to send her the link to make sure she's...
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, she was supposed to be in stream 3. Angela in stream 3 is asking about her. So, oh, there she is. Maria.
Maria Jose.
Yes.
We've realised that you're actually, this is stream 1 and you're meant to be in stream 3. at the moment. I've sent you a message with the link to the right Zoom session in it.
It should be in stream 3.
Yes. This is research and innovation and collaboration and cooperation, but I think you're nominated under the digital legacy
Yes.
category, which is happening in one of the other streams of the conference.
Okay, let me leave and start again.
Let's hope she makes it over to the right stream.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Here were my other options for noisemakers. While we're killing time.
I think you should be.
Yeah, I vote for the train one as well.
For either any of those, I can.
Definitely the train whistle. That's amazing.
The train whistle sounds better in the other room.
The only thing I've got here that I could use to make noise is probably the dog. Thankfully, he's sleeping at the moment.
Bells for 1 minute, train whistle for that's it.
I can do a combination, maybe. Santa's coming.
Oh, you're a cheeky one, Bradley Daigle. I can't say anything though because there are plenty of empty beer cans in the recycling.
Yeah, that is not news about Bradley.
Definitely not.
Call it like I see it.
How you doing, Bradley?
I'm doing well, Leslie. How about you?
I'm okay. It's busy.
Yep. Yeah, it wasn't busy enough. We decided to get 3 new kittens, so I had to close and barricade the door because they've chewed through the barrier once already.
God, you're the second of my friends to have gotten multiple new kittens in like the last week.
Yeah. Nature's attrition for the senior cats.
Yeah, we still have 4 seniors. So who knows? They don't seem to be in any, I mean, even the one with cancer is like, I am fine.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a request to see the kittens, but I feel like that might end in chaos. So
Picture didn't happen. Come on.
Yeah, the tricky part would be to get them where they're stationary.
Oh, William's got the Iron Brew out.
Is he still on the Iron Brew Light though?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. That's not
But
real.
Well, even the real stuff isn't real anymore since they've
I
taken
know,
half
I
the
know.
sugar out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, travesty.
My son was devastated when they changed the recipe. He actually went out and bought some bottles just in case.
I have a small collection of original recipe stuffs on store here, by the way, just in case of lockdown.
Mm.
That would probably be worth more than money.
I was about to say, yeah, stick it on eBay.
Didn't know you could lay it down to mature.
Mature might be the wrong word. Might be over egging, put it there.
John McMeekin, are you what's the right word? Coordinating with your wallpaper today? That is a great.
Oh no, I'm leopard print wallpaper and palm print. Oh, sorry, palm print wallpaper, leopard print top. So, although I'm sure I've got outfits that I could coordinate.
Okay, should we get started? Seem like enough have gathered again. All right, welcome everybody. I am Abby Grotke. I'm assistant head of the digital content management section at the Library of Congress, and I lead the web archiving team and program. at the library. I am a first-time judge for the Digital Preservation Award, so very excited to be chairing this session today and introducing you to both the Software Sustainability Institute Award for Research and Innovation and let's see, what's the official title? Introducing the ICA Award for Collaboration and Cooperation. So we have a lot to get through today. I'm going to be a strict timekeeper, very strict. We're very serious here. And I'm using bells, jingle bells, to get our things wrapped up in terms of time. So hopefully that will work. We'll see how it goes. So thank you again all for joining. This is stream 1. If you meant to be in stream 2 or 3, there should be links in the chat. So check those out. But hopefully you will stay and learn a little bit more about these two sessions of the awards. So we have some great speakers today, and we will get started again with the Award for Research and Innovation, which is celebrating significant technical or intellectual accomplishments which practically lower the barriers to effective digital preservation. So we will get started with David Underdown at the UK National Archives, and he'll be talking about Diagram, which is the digital archiving graphical risk assessment model. So if you want to take over the controls there and share your slides, we can get started. And I'll give you a 2-minute, I'll give you a warning after 2 minutes, and then you'll have a minute left. And then we'll take questions.
Just getting my slides sorted out. There's it gone. That one, hopefully. Is that looking good for everyone?
It seems to be coming. Let's see.
Yay.
There we go. Okay, great.
And get my notes back up again. Right. Yeah. Hi everyone. I'm David Underdown, not Alex Green, and was originally billed. I'm one of the senior digital archivists at the National Archives in the UK. So here I'll just be giving a very quick 3-minute overview of kind of the what, why, and how of this particular project. I particularly got involved because once upon a time I did a master's degree at Imperial College London, so I had some more of the background to help get into this. So what is it? Formally, there's a Bayesian network behind it, so lots of statistics, and we have a decision support tool over that. So the network looks something like this. We have a series of risks all connected together in different ways. So kind of the one that sticks out the most at the middle top is the kind of type of digital object, whether that's born digital, digitized, or surrogates, which has an impact on the file format. What file format has an impact on the tools we need to render it in the future, and combining with other things, how likely it is we'll be able to render that. And then over the top of that is what we call an online decision support tool. The link is there. I will try and pop it in the chat as well, so that the prototype is there for everyone to use. And with that, we get a view out. Oh, missed. A view out where we see you customize it to your own situation. There's kind of 9 input questions. You can see your basic risk, and then you can play around changing some of those risks. So if you could improve your technical skills, for example, how would that improve your score, your risk score, and make it more likely to be preserving your material? Why did we start on this? There are several existing qualitative models, but they don't allow you to compare the different types of risk very easily. We needed evidence to demonstrate to funders and stakeholders the impact of spending and to make the case for more, and for practitioners and stakeholders make clearer the real complexities and the interlinking nature of the risks. We're using it currently to support the National Archives' own submission for the UK Government Spending Review, so we hope we'll be able to share that as a case study. How we've worked with statisticians from the University of Warwick, so these are knowledge and skills not previously employed in the digital archives. Also 5 archives from across the UK, or England strictly speaking, who to bring in a good wide range of expertise, and we were fortunate to be supported in the project by the National Lottery Heritage Fund in the UK and the Engineering Physical Sciences Research Council, who with an Impact Acceleration Account Award enabled Warwick to hire a research assistant specifically for this project. We also hired an additional research assistant at National Archives, and the various archives involved contributed people as experts to come together to help put the network together and work out the probabilities and statistics we need behind that to get it all to work together. So there is a project page. My links aren't working, so I'll put that in once I finish speaking to the project page and the actual link to the current prototype that everyone can play with. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions from anybody? We have time for, I believe, one question.
Nothing in the chat box so far, Abby.
Okay. So have you, I have a question to get us started, while we're waiting to see if others have one. Have you heard any feedback from anybody using this yet? Have you gotten any reaction?
Not using it live. We ran a, sorry, I meant to include, we ran a series of 3 workshops with the help of the DPC. So that gave us a chance to demonstrate it to people, let people have a bit of a play around. So reception generally seems to have been quite positive. People can see how they would be able to use it. We got quite a lot of feedback on kind of issues with the current prototype interface. So we're in a mini 12-week project now as well to try and really get the interface working smoothly and make it as easy as possible and as clear as possible for everyone to use. So the prototype is effectively what's up for the award in terms of the timing of eligibility.
Mm-hmm. Great. Any other questions, Sharon?
Nothing's come up so far, Abby, so I think we're ready to go on.
Okay, to keep us moving, we may have time at the end for if other questions come up. Let's move on to the next presentation from Shira Peltzman and Brian Dietz. This is about the levels of born digital access. And again, I'll give you a warning after 2 minutes.
Great. Well, thank you so much to the We Miss IPRES organizers and also to the DPC for giving Brian and me the opportunity to discuss the levels of born digital access. When we talk about preservation, what we're often referring to, either explicitly or implicitly, is access. As one of the 6 functional entities defined by the OAIS reference model, access is literally foundational to digital preservation. As archivists, we are responsible ethically and to our user communities to provide access to our holdings. Access is universal. It is a common denominator across all institutions, regardless of their size, resources, or collection types. Access is central to our work. In short, it is the whole point. But in spite of the critical role that access plays, there's little agreement about what this looks like in practice or how this might be implemented from institution to institution. Without a set of practical guidelines or baseline requirements, we're left to our own devices to interpret what is good enough and to devise a strategy that will meet our users' needs.
The DLF Born Digital Access Working Group created the levels of born digital access to fill this gap. Inspired by the levels of digital preservation, our levels provide benchmarks to guide policy and decision-making in the form of a tiered set of format-agnostic practices to facilitate and improve access to born digital materials. The levels cover accessibility, description, researcher support and discovery, security, and tools. Each area is organized into 3 levels of progressive complexity. The document provides resources, examples, and tips for each area and level, and there is a 1-page table for quick visual reference. Our 14-person project team followed a highly collaborative, open, and iterative process where we engaged a diverse audience during the drafting process to ensure that the document would be broadly relevant. The levels are readily implementable. They model a practical approach to access that empowers practitioners to start where they are, strive for gradual improvement, and measure their progress as they move forward. We wrote them to be widely applicable, and they are intended to be an open resource that others can interpret, reconfigure, and adapt to meet their own needs. Preservation without access is pointless, and to this end, we believe that the levels make a lasting contribution to the field. With this resource, Archives are better equipped to facilitate access to born digital archival material, thereby fulfilling a key goal of digital preservation. And before closing, we'd like to quickly acknowledge our amazing teammates and their role in bringing the levels to fruition. And you can find the levels online at bit.ly/BD-levels. And we are honored to be among the finalists. We congratulate all others across categories and wish everyone luck. Thank you and take care.
Thank you both. That was great. And I forgot to set my timer exactly when you started talking. So I'm glad that you seemed like you timed it well. So we have question. Looks like we do have a question in the chat.
Yeah, we do. We have one come through from Robert Harris here. He's asking, how do your levels map to the FAIR principles?
So this is a really great question. So I will start out by saying that the principles of findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability are something that we thought consistently about as we crafted the levels. These levels are kind of designed to allow anybody to kind of start exactly where they are and improve. So we have built all of these principles into the levels, I would say implicitly, although we haven't explicitly mapped it, level by level. But I think that all of these things are really the driving principles behind access writ large. And so, yeah, I mean, I think all of these things are woven, are interwoven into the levels. And I would love to see a kind of a future version of the levels, where I would love to see anyone sort of fork the levels as they are and build these in kind of more explicitly. That would be amazing, and that's part of why we made the levels open, so that people could exactly, in exactly this scenario, kind of take what we built and then really run with it and adapt it to meet a sort of different set of needs. Brian, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that was great.
It looks like we have a couple other questions in the chat, but in the interest of time, let's keep moving on. And I think we may have time at the end to answer those. But if you also wanted to respond in the chat, that would be good as well.
Sure.
So next up, we have Simeon Warner, who's going to be talking about the Oxford Common File Layout, OCFL, if I get my acronyms right. So passing it on to you.
Oh, shoot. It looks like I'm a little bit stuck because I have a new computer and it won't let me share my screen. I should have checked that. Is there any way we could switch the order?
Yeah, that's no problem. If that's okay with you, Abby, I'll play the video for the next one and then we can come back to Simeon.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah, so next up we're going to jump ahead to the collaboration and cooperation. We have a video from Barbara Lemon at the National and State Libraries of Australia, talking about the National eDeposit Service for Australia.
Okay, I'll just play this now. If it's not loud enough, give me a wave.
It's there, yep.
Hello, my name is Barbara Lemon and I am Executive Officer for National and State Libraries Australia, or NASLA. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you today, and I'm really sorry that we can't be with you live. This session falls between 2 and 3 a.m. in Australia, but we will join you tomorrow. NASLA is a collaboration, for those who don't know, between the National, State and Territory Libraries of Australia. That's 9 in total. And together those 9 libraries built and launched NED, our National eDeposit Service, last year. NED is what I'm here to talk to you about today, albeit very briefly, so I'll share a few slides with you as we go. Okay. So NED was built to collect and preserve every Australian electronic publication, from government reports to romance novels, community newsletters to national newspapers. This is our digital documentary heritage. 1 year after the official launch of NED, over 120,000 publications have been deposited from over 9,500 publishers. So what's so special about NED? Well, consider this. Australia from east to west is wider than the moon. This means our 6 states and 2 territories operate under very different legislation. We're experiencing this right now in Victoria, actually, where I live, as COVID has seen us sectioned off from the rest of the country. So for a long time, the variations in our legal deposit legislation and our capacity to collect digital publications at scale have seen publishers grappling with a very confusing set of instructions about which libraries require which publications in which format. 4 years ago, federal law changed, and NASLA libraries saw a chance to simplify the process by creating one point of deposit for publishers, with publications stored and preserved in one place, but accessible in every corner of the country. NED was designed so that publishers could deposit their publications with metadata and nominate one of 6 access conditions. The item would go into a central repository, but each library would be responsible for the publishers in their state and territory, and each would have the opportunity to enhance metadata. Those changes flow through to all in the system. Preservation actions would be carried out on deposits in one place, the National Library of Australia, with backup copies stored on and off-site. And most impressively, the process would be fully automated and very fast, with some publications available online as soon as 20 minutes after deposit. Right, a simple idea, but an incredibly complex execution. This system had to satisfy 9 sets of legislative and technical requirements while balancing open access principles, copyright law, content security, and protection of commercial viability for publishers. It required a streamlined, scalable, fully automated end-to-end digital preservation process from publisher deposit through to SIP creation and ingest. The bit-level preservation process involves the automated creation of checksums at the point of deposit and their reuse as each item is submitted to the repository, as well as for regular integrity checks and replication of content. So 4 copies are stored on different media in 2 locations. One of the most attractive aspects of NED for publishers is that it safeguards their publications for future generations. And in fact, a big part of the achievement of NED has been in building this trust and cooperation with publishers, the same spirit that is behind our own work as 9 libraries willing to co-manage one national system and to entrust one library, the National Library of Australia, with responsibility for digital preservation, adapting its existing e-deposit system to work with NED. So this is a significant shift in thinking. Of course, the other attraction of NED is the simplicity of the deposit mechanism, which means that publishers are more likely to deposit their works in the first place, and this in turn means a richer digital legacy for Australia. The best bit, it's not a locked up legacy. A large proportion of NED content is freely available online, with more restricted content accessible on-site at member libraries as a minimum. With NED up and running, we're now working on major enhancements that can make the deposit process even easier for publishers, especially those who are depositing in bulk. We have plenty more work to do, for sure, but we'll continue to work together to collect and preserve the Australian story for many years to come now. Please feel free to get in touch at any time with questions. We'd love to hear from you. Sorry not to be able to be with you for Q&A today, but do please get in touch at any time. I'll stop screen sharing here, but I'll thank you again, and please enjoy We Miss iPres. We certainly do, and hope to see you in person next time. Thanks again.
All right. Do a little extra jingle at the end there. Okay, thank you. And I guess we'll go back to Simeon. Do you want to try again?
Try again.
There, that works.
Does that look like it's working?
Yep, great.
Okay, well, I would like to thank We Miss iPres and Digital Preservation Coalition Awards for the opportunity to speak about OCFL, the Oxford Common File Layout. I'm speaking on behalf of the editorial group, which includes Andrew Hankinson, Neil Jeffries, Rosalind Metz, Julian Morley, Andrew Woods, and myself, Simeon Warner. So OCFL is, apart from a difficult to say acronym, it is an open community effort to define an application-independent way of storing versioned digital objects for long-term preservation. The origin story is briefly some discussions in 2017 among repository architects about the layout and characteristics for repository storage that would transcend the short time span of particular software implementations and also changes in storage methodology. There was a much larger initial community meeting, which is where I got involved, and then an effort to sort of collect use cases, best practices, and come to some recommendations. An editorial group that I've named took this forward with regular community meetings and an open process on GitHub. I'll acknowledge at this point significant design influences from the Library of Congress Baggett format frequently used for transport and the Stanford University MOAB experience, but they're discussed elsewhere. I want to focus my time on 5 key requirements that OCFL meets. One is completeness, so the repository can be rebuilt from the files it stores. An OCFL object has the complete intellectual object content stored together with its metadata. This falls in line with many existing standards, which typically define what you should do, whereas OCFL provides one version of how to do that. This model also allows good mapping from one system to another. Second is parsability, both by humans and by machines, to ensure that content can be understood in the absence of original software. In the ultimate disaster recovery limit, this means humans might need to understand it. So there's the file system metaphor and JSON documents, which are understandable, but more frequently relevant is the idea of machine readability so that simple applications can work on top of OCFL content. Third is robustness against errors, corruption, and migration between technologies. Strong fixity is baked in. Objects can easily be validated using the inventory, and they can be completely self-contained. The fourth requirement is versioning, so that we can make changes to repository objects while persisting their history. Within OCFL, the entire history can be reconstructed for each stage of a transition, but the content for any particular version is immutable once written. Forward delta versioning, only writing files that have changed, reduces the amount of storage while still permitting, say, a workflow such as delayed description, where you upload the content and then do the description later. Finally, the fifth requirement is storage diversity, to ensure that content can be stored on diverse storage infrastructures, including cloud object stores. OCFL supports the conventional file system metaphor, but is designed to work with either conventional file systems or on object store APIs. It also has the notion of deduplicating content, lowering overall storage costs. So where did this get us? There was an initial draft release in 2018, and the version 1.0 was released this summer. It comprises a specification and some implementation notes talking about how to meet the various requirements in practical situations. There are now validation and manipulation tools implemented in multiple programming languages, and these range from standalone tools that might be operated on for the command line or built into some custom system, through the development of the Fedora 6 repository, which is using OCFL as the persistence layer. And hopefully I haven't gone too far over my 3 minutes. Thank you very much. That's the editorial team. Plenty of details and links about how to get involved are at ocfl.io.
Thank you. We've got time for one question.
Yeah, and we've got one in the chat box just popped up there. So another one from Robert Hanish again, asking, why not just adopt Baggett, given its wide adoption already? What features does it lack that the OCFL brings to the table?
Thank you very much, Robert. Very good question. And I think the answer is quite plainly about versioning. So Baggett's a great way to represent an instant in time of an object, and that's why it's used not only for transport of the view of an object in time, but it doesn't have a good way to create multiple versions. So that's, I think, the key difference.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I think we'll keep things moving here. I didn't get a chance to introduce the award for collaboration and cooperation a little bit more. I did want to say that it celebrates significant collaboration across institutional, professional, sectoral, and geographical boundaries, which have had a demonstrable I need the afternoon drink, I guess, and positive impact on digital preservation. So I'm really excited about this category. It seems like every digital preservation project that I've been involved in has relied on collaboration heavily. So happy to move on to hearing a little bit more from our next speaker. Jeffrey van der Hoven, did you make it with us?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'll pass it over to you to talk about the Dutch Digital Heritage Network.
Thank you very much. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, or even good night, maybe. I'm Jeffrey van der Hoeven, working at the National Library of the Netherlands. But moreover, I'm part of a much wider preservation network, the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, which I will like to speak about. We are really delighted to become a finalist for this award, a very special moment for all of us. And we would like to tell a little bit more about our work so far. I would like to state that awards often go to single people, a team, or a project. And of course, a lot of people can achieve a lot, and even more, like 5 times their own weight, like this end. But still, we are always limited to our own capabilities, as is for organizations as well. Organizations always are limited by capital and time, as also for preservation. So even the better is maybe that we cooperate like a network, and these ends show that they can achieve more than just one end. And I feel like being part of such a network in which we were able to achieve much more than we could do as individual institutions. And that network, that's actually us, a lot of people here that signed an agreement to cooperate in a network for digital heritage and share knowledge and insights and services together to even become more bigger and better in what we do than we would do it alone. So that's us, actually, the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, a network of heritage institutes in the Netherlands, united by diversity, I would say, but with the same challenges to make our digital heritage sustainable, visible, and usable. These 3 all together, actually, because sustainability itself is important, but if nobody could use it or view it, it will be useless. So these 3 parts are actually the foundation for this whole network. And what we do is always linked to these three parts. So we focus on collaborating on sharing services and knowledge. We're funded and initiated by the Dutch Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, but actually it's operated, managed and maintained by the partners themselves. So we're an unorganized network, you could say, decentralized. The power is in the network. We do it ourselves. There's no legal entity stating what we should do or where we can link to. We need to carry it by ourselves. And we do that now almost with 80 organizations distributed over 5 domain-specific nodes, as among the National Library of the Netherlands is one of them. These nodes form the backbone, actually, to empower the smaller heritage organizations within the Netherlands to make sure they can sustain, make visible, and make usable their collections in a digital form. So everyone can participate. It's not only limited to heritage institutions, but also vendors, the creative industry, research institutes, and governmental bodies could take part in it. So the power of the network, I really state that, is that it shows already some key results. In the last couple of years, we were operating with shows quite some achievements. For example, a national approach in implementing persistent identifiers, or a cost model that can help you calculate the preservation costs, and also being part of that big picture of digital preservation, as already has been told here at the We Miss IPRES. There's also guidance for preservation policies, a national register of archive websites, also working on best practices for social media, research into software archiving and preferred file formats, already told about in the first day, a virtual research environment in cooperation with the Open Preservation Foundation, and a nationwide insight into the state of preservation of digital information stored on volatile media, such as CD-ROMs and floppies. And where would it bring us? Well, we also look into outreach, campaigning a website of Memory of the Netherlands, showing already the finest results of our achievements together. We also have a very interesting knowledge course, a training course set up. We call it Leren Preserveren in Dutch, which is learning to preserve, and already helps a lot of people doing a better job in their organizations. We also have several self-assessment tools launched recently, and not last but not least, heritage coaches. People who really
Jeffrey, I hate to cut you off, but we have to move on. So
yeah, well, that's my point.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I also unset my timer accidentally, so I got lost track of time a little bit there. Sorry. Okay, and then finally, and we should have a little bit of time again at the end for questions. Finally, we'll move to Bradley Daigle at the National Digital Stewardship Alliance. Oh, I forgot to take one question. We could take one question for Jeffrey. Sorry about that. While we get set up for Bradley. Sorry, I'm all just.
That's okay. It's all free and easy here at We Miss IPRES. No questions in the chat box at the moment.
Okay, I did have one question. I am curious about the National Registry for Web Archiving, and is there a link available for that or more information about
Yeah,
that?
definitely. I will just dive into that and pop it up in the chat, right?
Oh, great. Perfect. Okay, handing it off to Bradley. Setting my timer correctly this time.
All right, here we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Bradley Daigle, and I represent the Levels of Digital Preservation group. And happy to be here at We Miss IPRES, and of course, happy to be participating in this overall effort. So I'm going to kind of jet through my slides, and I'm going to keep my own timer, Abby, to keep myself honest. But basically, so as many of you know, the Levels of Digital Preservation started in 2013. And one of the key hallmarks of the document is the matrix that people use. And in particular, what it allows for any type of organization to do is to identify what needs to happen and provide the technological solution for that preservation action. So it's been widely adopted. What I will show you as well is, because we're in the collaboration group, this here it is by the numbers. We had a crazy amount of responses, and I will tell you, as the chair of the steering group, it was a massive collaboration that was also massively logistically challenging for all of us across multiple time zones, multiple organizations, multiple perspectives, including NDSA and non-NDSA members. So it was one of the largest efforts the NDSA has undertaken that expanded beyond its own membership. So we were looking to identify individuals who had the expertise, not just the byproduct of being an NDSA member. Most importantly, what the levels provide is they provide the building blocks for other organizations. The matrix itself has been downloaded over 800 times. The implementation framework has been downloaded almost 300 times. There's been a wide level of use, if I can quote my colleagues Brian and Shira, and ventriloquize them. We inspire other work. And that's, I think, the nature of collaboration. We're a collaboration of collaborations within the levels. We've started with the revision of the levels, how to implement and assess it, but then also there's other components coming down the road, such as curatorial piece. There's a risk layer, a risk management layer that's under development that can be mapped to economic solutions. Really any type of effort. It's all volunteer. This is nobody's job to do it. And it's the means by which we create future collaborations. So this layered approach allows you to provide the means by which preservation can be solved by your organization, not just in general. So I just wanted to underscore that piece. This can be done by anyone. And with that, I'm going to stop right now. And I'm going to turn my camera on. And there. How's that?
Great. Great. Any questions?
No questions in the chat box yet.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it, Abby.
I do have a little question about, since we're talking about collaboration and tackling revisions of such on such a mass scale, do you have any words of wisdom for others who might be trying to approach such an effort? As somebody mentioned in the chat, like we're all familiar with trying to get something like this done, and do you have any tips for others?
Well, I would say, they're not, first of all, it's not a leaderboard. It's not a preservation, leaderboard where everyone's trying to get from level 1 to level 4. The key part of the assessment work that was done in advance of the revision, which if you haven't seen it, it plays nicely with the DPC, RAM model, other models that are out there. It allows you to identify what preservation means for your organization. And then within that, if you're sophisticated in your ecosystem, what preservation might mean for individual collections or components within collections. So my advice to anyone is to look at the levels as a comprehensive approach and then figure out where your organization is situated within it. So it's either aspirational, or you can use the levels as a community guideline to provide the advocacy for resources from within your organization. It really is a very flexible approach that will continue to grow over the next several years as we refine and build on it.
And I see in one of the comments that Lauren Work has about collaboration within collaboration, and I think I was struck with that too, like the various levels of how you broke up the work to tackle the revision was really interesting.
That's not the word I would use, but it's like herding cats from earlier in the chat. But I have to say that the groups, though, themselves were so engaged, so focused on their work. The management part was really just logistics. The individual subgroups have been dedicated, and there's many people on this chat right now who have participated. So props to you all. For continuing to work. I mean, all volunteers, that's pretty amazing.
Great. Any other questions?
No more questions at the moment for Bradley, but I have a couple of questions from earlier in the session that have been answered in chat, but we could do them live now as well. Yep, okay, so the first one was from Austin B, who was asking Shira and Brian, have any institutions made practical use of the levels of access?
Yeah, so I can take that. So the levels of Born Digital Access are referenced in a number of different guidelines. I've dropped them into the chat, but these include the UC guidelines for efficient archival processing, the UK National Archives Service accreditation. There's a longer title I won't name, and also Yale's forthcoming Born Digital Collections Access Policy. So in all these documents, the levels is listed as basically like a resource that can be used to support the development of Born Digital Access policies. And then actually at UCLA, we did an accessibility audit of our reading room last year, and the levels, even though they were still in development at the time, the accessibility section had already been done. And we relied quite heavily on the levels of access to guide a number of changes that we made. So in terms of practical application, I can say in my own case, yes, definitely. And then I think also these other guidelines as well provide some examples too. Brian, would you like to add anything to that?
No, I think you nailed it.
We had one more for Sheila and Brian. Kuldaras was asking, do you think the levels could be used for mapping or comparing different institutions or archival access services?
I think it could be interesting, maybe at a consortial level or some sort of peer assessment. I think it would, obviously, like, it would depend on, like, what the institution's goals were, and since Bradley echoed us, we'll echo Bradley. These aren't intended to be like the goal is necessarily to get to 3. Like, if that works for your institution, that works for your institution. But I think ultimately what we were trying to do, was to say, you don't have to have a perfect system in place in order to do this work. Like, there are ways that you can do this, and these are some of the things that you want to take into consideration. But again, I do think that it could be interesting to do as a peer assessment, and then provide feedback to each other.
And I'll just add to that, something that I've been thinking a lot about is that, prior to the levels of Born Digital Access, like, there really was no comprehensive resource that laid out these practical guidelines. And so in the absence of that, what we would commonly do is, the only tool that was really left to us was then to call up our colleagues and say, hey, Brian, how do you guys do it there? What does your access look like? Like, when when you're trying to support researchers, like how do you do that? And that's, that's nice, that's helpful, but it just, it introduces a lot of room for error. And, Brian's needs are slightly different than mine, and, might be kind of, his setup might be sort of geared more toward that. So, so having sort of like one set of guidelines to rule them all, I guess, is useful, because it means that you don't have to rely on your colleagues and their maybe particular biases or blind spots. You can really sort of rely on this sort of de facto standard almost.
Okay, we've just had one new question pop up into the chat box, actually. So from Jean Kramer-Smith at the World Bank, a question about the OCFL for Simian. Do you see an appetite for integrating support for this format from vendors of digital preservation platforms?
I hope there will be an appetite, but I think it's a little too early to tell yet.
Succinct answer. Well, we've got one more quick one then. I know that you've already answered again, but we'll put it out there. From Tim Gollins at National Records of Scotland to Simian again. Can content be deleted from OCFL?
So there's a distinction between deleting in the sense of deleting from an object entirely. Say you have some legal reason why you need to get rid of something. That is doable, but hard to do. It requires rewriting of the object, which is something we try to avoid. Deleting as in making a particular piece of content not in the next version is trivially easy. And we hope that in most applications that will be the more frequent case, but we recognize that there are cases when one needs to actually remove and throw something away.
Okay, I think that wraps up our questions and our session today. Thank you to all of our speakers and to my helpers today, Sharon and John. Thanks for getting us through the session. Next up, we have another break, I believe, and we hope you come back. This will, again, I think this will continue to be stream 1, and then you can break out to the other sessions to join the other groups. Please check the schedule to figure out where you want to be next. But thank you all for attending, and let's give everybody a round of applause and a jingle bell to all the potential awardees. So thank you all, and see you back here soon.
Thanks, Abby.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Thanks, Sharon.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, John, it's Elizabeth here. I'm chairing this upcoming session.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hey. All right, let me get myself in order here. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. All right, are any of the presenters in here yet?
I'm just going down the list. If they are here, if they can put their camera on, that'd be great, so we can just do a quick roll call. They might still be making their way from the last session. Abby had that right on the button, so we finished right on time. So
yeah,
maybe the rest of them weren't so organised. I'll just post the links here just now, but we'll still get 15 minutes. There's plenty of time. I'm running down the list and I can't see M days yet, but as I say, we do have loads of time, so you won't need to fill in, don't worry. Sybil and Courtney are here, so I don't know if they want to put their videos on and test any of the slides or anything like that. They may have stepped away from the computer, but they are in the room. So
yeah.
Hey there, it's Sybil.
Hi there, how are you?
Hello.
What were you saying about testing slides?
Yeah, it was just in case if you had any slides you wanted to test the sharing of the screen.
Okay.
You don't have to, but just in case.
Let's make sure I have the right screen.
Yep, I see it.
Good.
Awesome. Am I second or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
You all are second. And there's
Sybil's-
Courtney.
Sybil's doing all the speaking, but I'm here for moral support and to help answer questions if needed.
Okay.
I'll put the break slide back up, Elizabeth, just for 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
If anybody wants to jump on, I'll be here to help them out.
Cool.
I think stream 2 is running a little bit late, so that might be the reason why we haven't got all our speakers yet. So they are en route, I've been promised.
I'm in the right stream.
This is stream 1, Rachel.
Yes, good. And were you expecting me? After yesterday, I joined the wrong stream when I was sharing, so I'm kind of trying to keep up with what's going on.
I keep on posting the stream links, but I don't know if I'm doing it enough because people when they come in don't get to see it. Obviously, at first.
No, I know exactly.
I can't do it when I share the screen, so it's kind of a juggling act. I need more screens.
I know. I've just got one, and it's not enough.
Yes.
So,
Oh, Rachel, you're chairing. I'm chairing this stream.
how are you?
Your session 2
Oh,
stream.
I'm too, aren't I? Yeah. You see, I did this yesterday.
You're a coach here.
So this is why I go straight away, because then at least you've got time to kind of,
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time, yeah. Right. Oh, well, it was lovely to see everybody, and I'll catch you all later.
Could someone share the link to the detailed presentations?
Hi, Robert. Are you looking for the slides for all the presentations? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, I believe for stream 1, but if we could see the lists of the different presenters or presentations.
Yeah,
So-
sure. I'll give you the link to the website that's got all that for you. 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I've got that link here. There's a day 2.
Beat me to it, Elizabeth. Much more efficient.
Oh, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
I was in the wrong session.
Oh gosh. Okay.
I am your co-chair today. So
Awesome. Thank you. So you'll be monitoring the chat for questions.
Hello, good morning.
Hi.
Morning.
Morning.
So is this session 1?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Amy is here now. Amy, did you want to test sharing your screen, or are you good to go with that?
I'm pretty comfortable with Zoom, but I can just do it real quick, just for kicks. You can see it all right? This is not my presentation, obviously.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
There's still no sign of Daniel or Mark. Elizabeth. So I've asked the other tech leads to see if they're in the wrong room. Hopefully they'll
Okay.
find me here. I'll keep you posted. They're not in other streams, so I'm going to email them both just now with the direct link in. If they're not here at 15:15, I suggest we'll just move them to the last slot. And,
Yeah. Would that be okay for you, Sybil?
What's that? To go?
Would
to
that
go
be
ahead?
okay if you end up going first? We don't
Oh,
seem
yeah,
to have
that's
the first presenters here yet.
Yeah, just let me know when to start.
Awesome. We'll give it about 1 more minute and then get started. This is session 2, stream 1. So if anyone is in the wrong stream, there should be some links in the chat. All right, are we still without our first up presenters?
I'm afraid so. I've just sent them an email just now, so I'm hoping I'll keep an eye on it and hopefully they'll come through. But if we can move to the schedule, then that'd be great.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm Elizabeth England. I'm Digital Preservation Specialist at the U.S. National Archives, and this is Session 2, Stream 1, Digital Preservation in 2021. If you're not in the right stream, please check the links being provided by John in the chat box. As you all know, this is an informal gathering, but I will be keeping time. Each presentation will have 8 minutes, followed by 1 minute for a question and answer. And when there is 1 minute remaining, you will hear the gentle sounds of my child's xylophone. And when time is up, I will just interject. And I'm hopeful that we'll have extra time for questions at the end. So please feel free, if you have questions, put them in the chat. So we seem to be missing our first presenter, so we are going to move on to the following one, which will be from Sybil Schaefer from the University of California, San Diego and Chronopolis, and also Courtney Mumma from the Texas Digital Library. So if you want to take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. And I love the children's xylophone. I have those in my son's room. I will look forward to hearing its lovely tones. Welcome to Preserving Sensitive Data in Distributed Digital Storage Networks. My name is Sybil Schaefer. I'm from UC San Diego, and I'll be discussing an IMLS planning grant on establishing the framework for distributed digital preservation system for private and sensitive data. Let me get to my next slide. My co-leads on this project are Courtney Mumma, who is also with us today and is providing support and will be available for questions too, if we can rope her in during the time we have. She's the Deputy Director of the Texas Digital Library, or TDL, and Christy Park, who is the Executive Director of TDL. Both TDL and the UCSD Library have established business models and years of experience building and providing distributed digital preservation services, or DDP services for short. And we also have a history of collaborating with one another on these services. Our relationship goes back to 2015. UCSD manages the internationally recognized DDP service Chronopolis, which spans 3 sites across the United States and is one of the earliest established DDP services in the world. TDL is a consortium providing a number of services supporting digital libraries and has offered DDP storage services since 2015. It became a replicating node for Chronopolis just a few years ago. And we both maintain close working relationships with data centers that are affiliated with our home institutions. So the San Diego Supercomputer Center for UCSD and the Texas Advanced Computing Center, or TAC, supports TDL. This grant really developed out of the recognition that academic health science libraries especially face a growing backlog of digital private health information governed by HIPAA. HIPAA is a US federal law that basically states that a person's health information must be kept in a secure manner. Additionally, university-held cultural heritage collections are likely to have materials governed by FERPA requirements, which it's another federal law concerning the privacy of an individual's educational records. And lastly, archives hold many other valuable cultural heritage materials that contain PII, such as social security numbers, etc. And these materials are at an escalated risk of loss. Our case studies have confirmed that it's common practice for archives to refuse any data that contains private health information or private personally identifiable information, regardless of its historical, evidential, or research value, because they don't have the means to steward it or the resources to manage it. In some cases, the authority to manage materials properly is unclear, and even if accessioned, there's no secure area to place them. Beyond the main project partners and IMLS, we've been grateful for the support and participation of more than a dozen institutions shown on this slide. And these partners have, among other things, helped us collect use cases for private and sensitive data preservation and help surface the technical, legal, and service model needs and challenges. So the project team hypothesized that the bar set by HIPAA requirements is sufficiently high to protect many other kinds of non-regulated sensitive data. So based on that bar, what we're really looking at is what it takes to provide a HIPAA compliant distributed digital preservation network. And we are purposely, deliberately excluding classified and top secret data. So our work thus far, we started last summer. We hired our graduate research assistant, Hassam Andalib. Hassam hit the ground running and gathered a number of use cases and outlined the agreements between all the parties in the Chronopolis network, which I'll show in a second. We met with all of our partners in Austin last December, back when meeting in person was possible. And we gathered very valuable information from our partners during that meeting. Since then, we've been working on determining gaps in the current agreement and processes, and that should be addressed to satisfy the requirements of private and sensitive data. And we've also investigated service and cost models, and we'll be disseminating all of our findings at the end of the grant term. I believe this will be early next year. As promised, one of the activities that we did was outline all of the current agreements that we have in the Chronopolis network. As you can see, there's quite a few different agreements that are required, including SLAs, MOUs. For HIPAA compliance, many of these agreements would be replaced with what's called a BAA, or Business Associate Agreement, which is the HIPAA terminology for service providers for private or HIPAA regulated data. Over the course of the year, we've also been considering how the data would flow through the system, basing it on our current network and determining what changes would need to happen there in ways that would ideally not interrupt our current services. So after a lot of investigation, we came up with 3 potential different service offerings. They all have pluses and negatives. The first is a single HIPAA compliant node. This is not distributed digital preservation simply because it's only one geographical location that would be provided, with the assumption that other copies would be kept by the depositor. But it is a least costly option, and it could be a way of starting to provide this type of service in a step-by-step fashion, rather than offering something full-blown all at once. And it is something that TDL especially is primed to deliver without too many adjustments. The next offering would be the full-blown DDP HIPAA compliant offering, which would have 3 different locations. Unfortunately, the snag with this is that we do not have an East Coast HIPAA compliant node identified. Okay, I heard the xylophone. So that is potentially problematic there. There's also service model differences between UCSD and TDL that would need to be worked out. And then the last offering really is a HIPAA-like offering, which often is referred to as HIPAA eligible. This basically is a system that is as secure as a HIPAA compliant system, but does not undergo the regular audits. And so it could be potentially cost saving in that respect. There are many considerations to take into account. One of the big ones that we've uncovered is that, is there actually HIPAA data ready to ingest into a DDP network? Readiness for ingestion into preservation services is a big impediment to folks actually adopting such services. And then there's resources that the service providers would need to have available, especially legal advisors, and resources that depositors need to also have available to them, such as compliance training for data handling, et cetera, et cetera. So our next step is to basically grow our internal expertise, potentially start with the 1 node offering, and then potentially work towards the 2 nodes, and eventually maybe after we've been able to identify a third node, bring that on as well. And then there's larger community questions to address as well. And here is all of our contact information in case you have questions. We also provide a lot of our project documentation online openly, and we'll have a final report, I believe, by early next year that we will provide to everyone. And that's all.
All right, thank you. Anna, do we have any questions in the chat?
No, no questions in the chat. But maybe there is someone that wants to ask some questions right now.
If anyone has a question and wants to unmute, please feel free to do so. All right, I will ask one. So some DDP providers already provide the ability to deposit encrypted content. And so I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how that alone, fails to meet the need for sensitive data.
Well, that encryption is something that we've actually been looking into. It is HIPAA basically states that if you don't encrypt, then you better have strong reasons not to do so. And so we would either need to provide that justification for why we're not encrypting at rest. It would be encrypted during transit. But the encryption itself adds this whole additional layer of key management that would be additional support that we would need to do as well. So just as far as being able to deposit encrypted data, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have the ecosystem surrounding that preservation system as far as long-term key management, essentially. So that's probably the most critical aspect of being able to use the service and then place encrypted material in there.
All right, thank you. If you want to give a applause reaction for Sybil, that would be wonderful. And I believe, Mark Graham, are you here now?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Hi.
Hi.
There.
So if you want to go ahead, Mark is from the School of Data Science from UVA, talk about digital preservation of catastrophic events. Mark,
No,
you will have...
Hi. I'm Mark Graham. I manage the Wayback Machine at the Internet Archive.
Oh, gosh, did something get messed up on the schedule?
The co-presenter is Daniel, who I think is here also. Yeah.
He is. Okay. I'm sorry. I was going off the notes that I was given.
No.
So you will have 8 minutes, and when you have a 1-minute warning, you will hear the sound of my child's xylophone. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Fantastic. Is Daniel here? So I could just start. Hi, John. How are you?
I don't think he is.
So great. So listen, my name once again is Mark Graham. I manage the Wayback Machine service at the Internet Archive in San Francisco. Let's see. I think that the topic here is archiving in the time of COVID, preservation in light of COVID-19. So what I'd like to do is just give a little bit of a background and overview about our archiving activities, and then focus a little bit on what we're doing specifically around COVID. And so the headline is more and better. And more means more as in quantity as well as frequency. And the it is archiving material that's made available via the public web. The Internet Archive, a little bit of background, is a 25-year-old nonprofit located once again in San Francisco. We operate out of an old church. It's an amazing building. If you're ever in San Francisco, please come and visit us after COVID. And we archive digital information, and we make it publicly, we preserve it, we make it publicly available. We also acquire physical materials like books, and we digitize them, we preserve them, and we make them available. A big part of that effort is the public web, specifically through our service, the Wayback Machine. Today, we archive more than 1 billion objects into the Wayback Machine every single day. And we have many hundreds of billions of URLs available through the service. Our goal is to archive as much of the public web as we can, constrained by various factors like, gosh, it's really big. It changes a lot. How do you know it's there? Maybe some of it's behind a paywall, and any one of a number of factors. We do this in a variety of ways. There's literally thousands of different processes that are running from many different methodologies to identify what it is we archive. These include things like every time there's an edit made to a Wikipedia article with an external link, we archive that and all of the associated links. Following any one of a number of feeds of aggregated news services, that adds tens of millions of news-related URLs every week. Other lists that we acquire through that are given to us by third parties, and those that are crowdsourced by the community. So for example, relative to COVID, I'm dropping a link into the chat here. Here's a blog post that we wrote early on in this process. Jefferson Bailey, who runs our Archive It service, wrote this, where we called on the community to submit URLs related to COVID that we could archive. One very near-term example of why the frequency of archiving can be important is in the United States, we have something called the Center for Disease Control, the CDC. Maybe you've heard of it. And they came out with an update to their protocols about transmission of COVID last Friday. So on a Friday, they put up a new web page. Actually, they modified the content on an existing URL. That's the key here. And they said that the COVID could be transmitted through aerosols. And then 2 days later, they changed that page and they said that it was an error, that they had published that information in error. The fact that we had been archiving that particular URL actually several times a day gave us snapshots in time. Because as you know, the web doesn't have inherent or native version control, right? This is kind of like one of the design flaws of the web itself, is that there's no change control management or version control system inherent in the web. But by taking these snapshots in time, we effectively have reverse entered a version control system. So we have pictures of the content on that URL before, during, and after the change. And then we have a feature in the Wayback Machine called the changes command, where you can look at two pages side by side and compare them. You can compare how text has changed from one to another. So that's an example of how this has been useful. Additionally, different governments have put up information and then taken it down, or numbers have changed on a daily basis, but no trends have been kept. So researchers have gone in and they've constructed after the fact trends of this data over time by looking at individual captures in the Wayback Machine. So I'm gonna wrap this up to leave some time for questions, but just I would say overall, once again, the goal is to get as much as we can. Since COVID happened, we have tripled down our efforts, including things like archiving outlinks in tweets. So if there's a URL in a tweet, we work to archive that, to archive more government information, and generally speaking, try to make this information as accessible as possible to our people. I'll add one more thing, and that's context. Preserving what's available on the public web and then just spitting it back out there is one thing. One of the problems is that a lot of what's available on the public web is bogus, right? It's false information, it's misleading, it's dis and misinformation. And so we've begun to roll out a new feature of the Wayback Machine where we're adding links to fact checks of web pages. So for example, there's this web page that says that George Soros is funding Antifa, for example. And so you can click on a link and go to where a fact-checking organization like PolitiFact or Washington Post Fact Check have fact-checked that. So we're working to not just archive what's available, but also provide more context so people can go deeper and explore what is there. I'm going to pause.
All right, thank you, Mark. You didn't even get to the xylophone point, so we'll just have to save that. Anna, do we have any questions in the chat?
No, we don't have, but I have one. I actually want to know if you can harvest different language. How do you cope with this?
Absolutely. I mean, the web obviously is multilingual, and our crawlers are language agnostic. So we work hard to get more evenly distributed representation of languages, geography, and various other slices of the makeup of humanity. Yeah. I just want to say my email is mark@archive.org. I welcome questions, suggestions, recommendations, etc. I'm Mark Graham on Twitter. I accept my DMs are open. Are you fact checking at scale? That's a great question. I am working closely with the International Fact Checking Network. It's a network of hundreds of fact checking organizations around the world. They do fact checking, right? So we are not a fact checking organization, but we work with PolitiFact, Poynter Institute, Washington Post, Full Fact, Lead Stories, and many others around the world. So there are wonderful fact-checking organizations out there, and we are working with them and building a network to bring this information together. They're going to be actually sharing information soon about an upcoming initiative to, how do I say, have a better network of fact checks, because there are tens of thousands of fact checks that exist in the world by hundreds of fact-checking organizations. And there's something called the claim review system that is hosted by Google.
I'm sorry,
right
I'm going to have to cut off so we can move on to the next presentation. I know there's more questions. Hopefully we can get to those in the Q&A at the end. Thank you so much, Mark. And
you're welcome. I didn't get the xylophone thing.
All right, so next up we have Amy Rudersdorf talking about documentation. So Amy, I'm going to hand it off to you.
Thank you, and thank you to the iPres team for giving me the opportunity to talk today. I'm going to talk about documentation and how important it is to your digital preservation program. Just quickly, just so you know who I am and why I feel like I can talk about this, AVP is a data management and digital preservation solutions provider. We offer proven approaches to help you protect, manage, and use the data and information assets you care about. I am a senior consultant with AVP, and I work a lot with different types of organizations in different sectors, including academic, nonprofit, corporate, and the arts, to help people understand where they are with digital preservation. So performing assessments, helping to acquire tools and things like that. And as one of the things that we do with assessments, we review where institutions are with their digital preservation practice. And what we see over and over and over again is that organizations lack documentation. And what do I mean by documentation? I mean all of these things: mission statements, strategic plans, meeting minutes, procedures, workflows, collection policies, analytics, logs. All of these things can fall into that documentation bucket. And so beginning to really think about how to capture and manage this material is a central part to what you do as a digital preservation steward, or a steward of your content. Now, not everybody likes digital preservation. It's not the most fun thing in the world to work on. This is a very strong opinion about documentation writing. And some of you probably feel this way. Maybe not everyone does, but it's even if we don't feel that strongly about digital preservation, it tends to get in the way of the work, the real work we need to do. But we need to keep in mind that, that documentation is part of your real work. So I'm going to talk about some of the reasons that you should make documentation, drafting, and management a core part of what you do. So the first thing I'm going to point to is the standard. And the standard for digital preservation is ISO, excuse me, ISO 16363, the audit and certification of trustworthy digital repositories. We probably all know this at this point if you've been working in this field for any period of time. And while the TDR, as I call it, was really meant for certification, that was its purpose, you can use it for assessment. We use it for assessment all the time. And so what you see here is an overwhelming number of sections in each of the three main parts of the document. And the reason I overwhelm you here is simply to make it clear that all of these sections in this standard require documentation in order to even align with the requirements. So even if you're not looking for certification, if you're assessing against it, you're going to need documentation in all these areas. We also need documentation in best practices, guidelines, and assessments. So we've talked in the last session about the NDSA levels of digital preservation, and I point to them here as well because they are so widely adopted. And again, each of the sections that I point out here, the functional areas, the levels that require documentation are indicated on the left side of my screen. So for storage, sections 1, 2, and 4, I'm sorry, levels 1, 2, and 4, metadata 1 and 4. Again, you can't escape this need for documentation. It's so important. And no presentation that I do cannot include the DPC RAM. I'm a big fan of it, the rapid assessment model. And again, all of the sections in the RAM that require documentation are listed here in bullet points. I may have even missed 1 or 2, but these are the main ones. So again, even if you want to assess your program against the RAM, you're going to need documentation to prove that you're doing the work that you say you're doing. And then there are other assessment tools as well and certification tools, and all of them are going to require at some level or another some sort of documentation to show that the work you're doing is truly in support of digital preservation for your assets at your institution. So there are people in your life that require documentation as well. And instead of asking why do administrators need to understand, or why do administrators need documentation, I think the question really is, why do you need administration to understand the work you do in digital preservation? And documentation can really support that. So the first point is that they understand what you are doing and why. And that's fine. But the reason for that is so they can intelligently and confidently support it. And whether that's with your colleagues, up the chain, down the chain, your administration needs to know what you do. And the best way to put that in front of them is on paper or on digital paper. So the other point is so you can get buy-in from them for more resources, staff, and technology. If your administration isn't asking you to prove why you need these resources, that would be surprising to me. And so again, documenting staffing models, technology needs, keeping in mind refresh schedules for technology, just tracking all of that information. That's all part of your documentation for your program. So your colleagues, and why do your colleagues need to understand what you do with digital preservation? And I think one of the really important things is so they understand what you do and why you do what you do, and why you need resources too. I know that in a lot of institutions, people or departments are vying for resources, and digital preservation is as important as any other department within your institution. And so ensuring that you get the resources you need and that people understand why you need those resources is really key. And then also everyone needs to understand roles and responsibilities and to avoid problems stemming from ambiguity. Finally, well, actually there's one more after you. So why do you need to document your digital preservation program? So you and your colleagues know how to perform tasks, and so they're done the same way every time. So you remember what decisions you made about how to perform your work. So you don't overlook important steps in your workflows. Keep in mind that you may perform a workflow now and then in 6 months. How do you remember how you actually perform that workflow? And then the classic, if you leave your job, you need to ensure that others know what you did and they can continue this work. Keep in mind that you are part of a very long continuum of the stewardship of these assets. And then the data. So just again, keep in mind that digital preservation is forever. You can put quotes around forever if you want, and needs to be auditable. And without documentation, that becomes impossible, which could put your data at risk. Here are some friendly tips for documentation success. Be clear and concise, and in that realm, embrace the bullet point, embrace the screenshot, make sure that this is really readable for your users. Write as you work so that you aren't doing one thing and then doing it again. Just do those things together. Keep your goals in mind and track your versions. That's super important as well. And there are some other points there. And then finally, just keep in mind that documentation is a love letter that you write to your future self. Your future self will really appreciate that you've documented your program, and your future self, being the next person who is you, will also appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amy. Do we have any questions for Amy?
No, not on the chat. But maybe someone wants to ask something right now. No.
I have a question. So for a lot of folks performing these kinds of digital preservation tasks, they're, often the only one in their institution doing so. And so a challenge can be on testing how good your workflow documentation is, right? So if you don't have, a colleague to necessarily try running through things for you. So do you have any suggestions for people on that kind of documentation management?
Yeah, I mean, I think for anyone who's sort of a lone, what we say in the archives world, a lone arranger, but in this case, a lone digital preservation steward, is to find a friend. Find a friend in the community and share your documentation with them, and share ideas. Obviously, if you don't have anyone else to be your editor to review your content in-house, looking outside of your organization and doing some of this work collaboratively might be a good approach.
Elizabeth, we have one question right now from Lauren Work. How do you see the role of documentation and skill building as well for DigiPress?
I think that documentation plays a huge role in skill building. First of all, anytime you have to write down what you do, you really have to understand it. And so, especially for workflows and procedures, performing that work as you go is really going to solidify your understanding. And then, of course, when you're sharing this information with others, they're going to be skill building as they're reading and as they undertake these tasks as well. I'll also say that when we step back and think about higher level documentation, you are going to be educating anyone outside of the program about digital preservation. So even things through like your strategy policies, your digital preservation plans, people who aren't doing this work are going to learn all about things like formats that you're going to be preserving, and maybe why you're preserving those formats and why you're not preserving other formats. So I think anytime you can write things down is going to be an opportunity for people to learn more about not just what you do, but about digital preservation in general.
Yeah, We have another question for you from Natasha. She's wondering how people deal with the need of document systems used in preservation and software, for example. Do you want to?
Yeah, can you give me maybe an example of what you're talking about, Natasha?
Yeah. So surely. So in some instances, people need to use tools, for example, to convert from one format to another. Or in other instances, to ensure access, they may even have to have an application preserved. So if I have to preserve an application for reading a document, that often requires specialist knowledge, how it was installed, where it was installed, and so on. And I see this need to collaborate with IT people, perhaps.
Yes, absolutely. I also think that it's really important when you're talking to the people who are depositing this material that you get information from them. Again, you know, they need to document in some way what this tool was meant to do and potentially the operating system it works on. And something like a README file with just some basic text in it could go a long way to helping down the road when you actually want to access that tool. Does that address your question?
Yeah, thank you, yes.
Okay.
We have one question for Mark Gren again. I don't know if we still have time, Elizabeth.
We do. I'm
But
not
I
sure
don't know
if
if
Mark is
Mark-
still in here or if he had to hop off. Mark, are you here? Fortunately, it appears that he is not. Does anyone have any other questions for either of our presentations? If you do, you feel free to unmute or put it in the chat. All right, well, if you want to give a round of applause, if you'd like to turn on your camera to do so, please feel free. So thank you so much to Sybil and Mark and Amy and Courtney for joining us today. This is great, and I believe we will have break until 15 past the hour now. So enjoy your long break, stretch, get something to eat, and we will see you soon.
Thank you.
Hi Cindy, hi Jessica. Jessica, you want to come on and check your share screen, make sure it's working okay?
Hello.
Cindy. I think we've got Jessica Smith here.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's actually my colleague Tricia that's going to be sharing her screen.
No problem, that's fine. Is she here yet? You're still pointing. We're not 10 minutes before.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely fine. I'll put the break screen back up, but as soon as she's here, if she wants to test it, just give me a shout and I'll
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi there, for anyone is presenting for our session 3, stream 1, digital preservation 2021. If we can get some confirmation of who's presenting, who's co-chair. I'm your chair, Tracy Pop.
Hi, this is Bob Downs. I think I'm the first presenter.
Okay, great. Nice to meet you, Bob.
At some point. Do you want me to do that now so we can?
I'll do a quick introduction just to the session, and then I'll have you share your screen and move into your presentation.
Okay, that 9 minutes?
Yeah, you get, I think it's 8 minutes for actual presentation time. There's a minute sort of changeover and then a minute for questions at the end.
I mean, do we
So,
start?
and I'll give you a little, I have a maraca that I will warn you when time is up. So,
Yeah, I was wondering, do we start in about 8 minutes?
oh yeah, we do. We start at 1:10. Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Hello, Tracy. This is Antonio Guillermo from Leonova.
Hi there, Antonio.
Yeah, Antonio
Guillermo. All
Right.
right. Okay, and you're at LibNova?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent.
Hi Tracy, I'm the tech lead on this one. We've got a presentation that's recorded. I'm going to just do a test of it just now because it's quite quiet on the sound, so I want to make sure you can hear it okay, if that's all right.
Okay.
Good evening. First, I would like
Hello, Tracy.
Preservation Coalition.
Hi there, Perla.
Hello.
We're just testing the audio for the pre-recorded session. It is pretty low.
Today, I will present the results achieved by RIPDESA in Ecuador.
Yeah, there is pretty low volume. So
that's unfortunate. I'm not sure. I'll try and get a bit higher than that, but it is quite.
Okay. I'll just warn people.
Yeah, sorry, I'll put around my settings and see if I can get any higher, but I think that's the best we can do. Thanks.
Sure. Okay. Hi there, Perla.
Hello, everybody. We are here. I am from Ridasa, and also is here Miretza Gonzalez from Puerto Rico and Jose Augusto Manis. And recorded is Ecuador, is Mateo Manfredi, but maybe I hope the sound will be fine. We are ready, okay? We have a PowerPoint also.
Okay. I do want to check pronunciation. Perla Olivia Rodriguez Resendez.
It's correct.
Okay.
Perla Olivia.
And Olivia.
Perla
Okay.
Olivia. Yeah, it's okay. You speak very well. Perla Olivia.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to Mirendez.
Miretza.
Miretza. Okay.
This one is going to be difficult.
Yes, Miretza.
Second one.
Okay. Miretza Gonzalez Velez. And we have Mateo Manfredi, Jose Augusto Manis.
Yes, Manis is here.
He is here. Okay.
Yes. Maybe Miretza. Miretza, ¿estás ahí? Yeah.
Okay.
Let me check. Okay. Yes, Manis is here, Tracy.
Okay.
From Brazil. Manis is from Brazil.
My video is stopped.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we can hear you. Oh, there you are.
And hi, Tracy. I'm Cindy. I'm the co-chair, so I'll be watching for questions.
Okay, great. Nice to meet you, Cindy.
Yeah. And my power just went out briefly. There is a
Oh,
storm,
no.
so hopefully it won't happen again.
Okay.
It did come right back, so yeah.
We'll just roll with it, whatever happens. Okay.
Hello, Tracy. This is Miretza here.
Hi there, Miretza.
How you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Good, good. Don't worry at all with the,
I apologize.
with the
Yes.
pronunciation of the name. You can call me Miretza, Marisa, wherever.
Okay.
I will respond, okay?
Okay. Well, thank you.
I'm going to unmute myself so that we don't get like noise.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, and then for our final session, we have Katie Mika and a group from the Data at Risk organization. Who will be presenting for them?
It's gonna be me.
Katie, okay.
Yeah. I'll close my windows in a second, but it's hot in my room right now, so I'm gonna wait until right before.
Okay.
But you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Do you mind if I just test the screen share real quick?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Okay. And so if I present like this, do you see what do you see?
I see your slides, the entire view, not just
Okay.
the presentation mode.
I see. Okay. How about
There is kind of something funky with Zoom and presenting via Google Slides that I don't recall it. Okay, now I do see your
How about that?
presentation mode. That works.
okay? And then if I was going to bring up another website. Does that look okay?
Looks like you're on a website. I see your browser.
Great. Okay, so going back and forth between those two is okay?
Yeah, that didn't look like a problem.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Does anyone else want to test presenting slides in Zoom or try anything
Yes.
out? Are you
I
good?
have a presentation also to test.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I see your
Okay, it's
slide.
working.
I
Yes.
see PowerPoint. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And can I check my presentation also?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I can't return.
You can't end the stop presenting. You should see an option at the top of your Zoom screen that says stop sharing.
Okay.
Maybe view
Thank
option.
you. Thank you.
Okay, great.
The presentation, and we are going to have a check this. Okay. Let me check. Okay, it's okay.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Tracy.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, we are at 1:10. I will get us started in this session. I am Tracy Popp, Digital Preservation Coordinator from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. I am your chair for this session. So I will keep us on time and keep us moving. Each presenter will have 8 minutes to speak. We'll have 1 minute for questions after immediately after the presentation. Hopefully at the end, we will have time for group questions. So as you have questions, feel free to add them to the chat. We have our co-chair today, who is Cindy McClellan. She will keep an eye out on that. And then we have our tech lead, John McMillan, who will be here to assist you with your Zoom concerns or any other tech issues that you have. So yeah, with that, I will get started. Our first session is from Bob. I apologize. Let me roll down here. Bob Downs from Columbia University. He's going to be talking about improving data stewardship based on the trust principles for digital repositories. So welcome, Bob.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I'll share my screen now. We'll see what happens. I'm sharing the wrong thing. Look at that. There. Can you see that now?
Nope.
Nothing's coming through, Bob.
Okay. Let's see. How about that?
No. Are you hitting the share screen button at the bottom of the Zoom controls? We're not seeing your video either at this stage.
Okay, how about this?
That's us, Bob. I think you're on the right track.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Thank you very much. I'm from CESIN, the Center for International Earth Science Information Network at Columbia University. And we operate the NASA Socioeconomic Data and Application Center, known as CDAC. And I'm going to talk about the trust principles for digital repositories. They include transparency, responsibility, user focus, sustainability, and technology. And so the publication was released this year in Scientific Data by Lin et al. And transparency is to be transparent about specific repository services and data holdings. Responsibility is to be responsible for ensuring authenticity and integrity of data holdings. User focus is to ensure the data management norms and expectations of the target user communities. Sustainability is to sustain services and preserve data holdings for the long term. And technology is to provide infrastructure and capabilities to support secure, persistent, and reliable services. So the trust principles were initiated within the Research Data Alliance, known as the RDA, by the Certification of Digital Repositories Interest Group. And that's been an interdisciplinary international community effort where the trust principles were drafted, revised, and then rewritten. And they offer direction for the improvement of data stewardship practices. And it's a simple acronym that's really representing many complex topics. So it's actually being endorsed now so far by over 30 different organizations. And that's a link for the RDA website where they're collecting endorsements. So anyone who wants to endorse them can just send email to the RDA there, and they'll be glad to include you along with the icon for your organization. So the trust principles use case is going to be for the NASA Socioeconomic Data and Application Center, where we find the value of adopting the trust principles is to describe critical objectives that are worth pursuing. It also informs our continuous quality improvement efforts, and it helps to guide our approach to improvement. So looking at the individual trust principles for transparency, what we're doing is we're having open data submission, acquisition and review procedures so people can understand what is involved in submitting their data. The rights for data are described in the metadata and in the documentation for the data sets. And then for our open data policy, you can see it's open by default, and that's publicly accessible as well. So people know exactly what they're getting into. In terms of responsibility, we disseminate metadata in a variety of formats and schemas, and we curate and review and preserve the data, and then we maintain and back up our systems. And we obtain the rights from the data producers to enable dissemination as open data. And we encourage them to give us the rights so that there are no restrictions or limitations on the use or on the users. And we make our data and maps all freely accessible, and they're online in a variety of formats. We, in terms of user focus, we have the data citations routinely captured and disseminated, so anybody can see all the data citations online. And we facilitate data discovery via the website and metadata harvesting. On the website, people can do full text queries as well as faceted searches. And then our metadata are harvested via NASA Earth Data and DataCite. And the user community is reviewing our data throughout the entire data lifecycle. You can see the workflow there. In terms of sustainability, we have cooperative governance for long-term use of data, and this is coordination within the university, the Earth Institute, and the Columbia University libraries. And we have a cooperative business continuity plan. So we're looking at cooperative models to do this for the long term in terms of both the institutional commitments and commitments from stakeholder communities. And then lastly, in terms of technology, we have physical and digital security protocols, and our security plans are routinely updated and externally reviewed by NASA. And we have collaborative ongoing technology review, and we're working across the community with lots of different organizations, including the World Data System, CoreTrust Seal, ESIP, the Group on Earth Observation, the RDA, which I mentioned, the Council of Data Facilities, and IASSIST. So here, as a community, we're all growing together and trying to improve our capabilities. So in summary, our recommendations for adopting the trust principles are for transparency to improve communication with the user community on their policies, procedures, and capabilities, in responsibility to improve data curation, services provided, interoperability, in terms of user focus, meet the evolving user needs, improving discovery, and enhancing information on data citations and use. For sustainability, we recommend that you review opportunities to mitigate risks and ensure business continuity and enable long-term use and preservation of the data. And in terms of technology, we recommend exploring applicable standards and tools to improve performance and reduce labor and vulnerability to threats. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you. I did not have to use my maraca to signal time, so much appreciated. We have about a minute for questions, if anyone has any questions. Please feel free to add those to the chat box. And if you do have questions, if you run out of time at this time period, we'll have time for questions at the end. Okay. Not hearing or seeing any, we will thank Bob again. Feel free to turn on your videos and thank Bob or clap for him, or feel free to send up a reaction in Zoom, however you prefer. So thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Up next, we have, let me get my screen up here. We have Perla Olivia Rodriguez Resendez from UNAM, Meridas Gonzalez Velez from University de Puerto Rico, and Jose Maniz from the Estadual de Campinas in Brazil. And they were so gracious about my pronunciation, and they can certainly correct me. But thank you very much for presenting, and I will let you take it away.
Thank you, Tracy. Good morning from Mexico City. Thank you. Thank you for the organizer to give us opportunity to talk about RIPDASA. RIPDASA is a research network based in the collaboration among Ibero-American countries. In RIPDASA participate researchers, teachers, and professionals from different archives. Why RIPDASA? Because we want to save audiovisual collection in the region and to close the gap that separates countries that have already digitized their collections and have the infrastructure to preserve them on digital platforms from those that have not yet digitized their collections. The state of the preservation of documents stored in sound and audiovisual archives in Iberoamerica in general, pero especially in America Latina, is challenging. Entire collections have been lost due to lack of awareness, knowledge, inadequate preservation practice, and due to a lack of technology, trained personnel, and sufficient and permanent economic resources. In a recent study that we identify that over 50% of the archive believe that their collections are at risk. In next decade, more content will be lost that can be digitally preserved. This loss will mainly affect Latin American archives. In this context, our goal is facilitating network among professionals and researchers, identify audiovisual collection, and generate content in our own language, in Spanish, and of course, in Portuguese. Understand audiovisual collection and archives in their own particular context to understand the specific issues they face. Work to provide solutions that are realistic and achievable with those contexts. In this sense, I would like to share with you 3 results. First, we identify more than 400 archives in the Ibero-American Observatory. before having this tool, we didn't know how many and where the Ibero-American archives were. Now we know this information. Then we started a webinars program from last year, and this was a successful program. We are going to publish next November 2 books about the preservation states in the different countries in Ibero-America. And we continue working because digital preservation is an urgent task to safeguard the heritage. We want to empower the Spanish-speaking community in the use of the terms and knowledge regarding digital preservation. We need to continue building alternatives on the experience and knowledge that already exists in relation to digital preservation. For this, the collaboration with organizations as IASA, FIAT, and also DPC is fundamental. To approximate you to know the situation in several countries that work in RIPDASA, after me, you are going to listen to my colleague, Mirza Gonzalez from Puerto Rico, and then Jose Augusto Manis from Brazil, and recording material from Mateo Manfredi from Ecuador. Thank you so much for your attention.
Perla, we've had a request for you to share in the chat box the link that was just on your slides.
Yes.
Does anyone else have questions?
Okay. Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I do have a question. In terms of providing training via webinar, did you find that you had any particular challenges with that format?
Yes. Our next challenge is just to show the real situation of the sound and audiovisual archives in Ibero-America, but especially in America Latina, because we don't work if we don't know what happened real. For this, we started to identify the sound and audiovisual archives. Now, until now, we know we have 400 archives, you know? And we started from last year to make a study and research study about the state of the preservation. And this is, the results are very lamentable. It's a risk. It's a situation at risk because only some countries start to make the digitalization. And we have more or less 9 million of sound and audiovisual support that at this moment aren't digitized. But the more impact for this situation is that we don't have tools for digital preservation. For this, RIPDASA from last year started to make a webinars program just to disseminate with this webinar, how is the situation of our countries and which tools exist and we can use. We need to know what is digital preservation and start to know different concepts and methods and technologies.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I believe Jose also is presenting in this session prior to the pre-recorded. Is there another part to this presentation?
Yes.
Or are we just moving on?
Tracy?
Yes.
Hi, I'm presenting with Perla.
Okay. Okay, yes, if you can.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you some of the work that we have been doing here in Puerto Rico with the help of RIDAPSA.
Okay.
And if you allow me to share my my screen just to share 3 small slides from a PowerPoint presentation. This is not going to take that much.
Okay.
For you, I'm not, okay, so there it is. So basically, we have been able to work with REDAPSA since January 2020. And I would like to share with you some challenges and opportunities in the assessment of audiovisual preservation and providing you guys with Puerto Rico as a case study. I'm part of a group of researchers who have been working with REDAPSA, and these are Hilda Ayala, which is also the director of the General Archive of Puerto Rico, Nadia Rios Villarini, and Jose Santiago Pintor. We are all related to the University of Puerto Rico at Rio Piedras. And what I would like to share with you is basically some ideas related to what we have been dealing with in the last, I would say in the last decade, the Caribbean region, particularly nation states and non-incorporated territories.
Oh no, I think we've lost Marisa. Yeah. Okay, if we can move on, if there is a final part with Jose Augusto Maniz, we have just a couple minutes if you can continue. And
Okay, Mireza. It's for me or Mireza?
it's for you. I think we've lost Marisa,
Okay,
and we're running short on time.
Okay, I start my video.
We can see you.
Okay. It's okay for you?
Yep.
Okay. Well, nowadays in Brazil, the preservation of cultural and historical archives can be accomplished only thanks to the dedicated action of a few people in charge of maintaining and conserving these documents. Without the obstinate, determined, and unconditional dedication of these people, surely everything will be lost. They are researchers, technicians, collaborators, employers, and even volunteers who, through idealism, sense of responsibility, and ethical principles, have become the true guardians of our country's historical, cultural heritage. They are people who, on a daily basis, are constantly moving, overcoming challenges, facing adversities, so that the collections and documentary funds under their care will not die. Excluding the few private institutions operating this sector, most of Brazil's cultural assets depend on public funding, which since 1990 have been gradually decreasing, bringing us closer to collapse.
And sorry, you have about 1 minute left.
I'm sorry?
You have 1 minute remaining?
1 minute, okay.
Yes.
How can we talk about digital preservation in the full sense of the word, considering that much of the Brazilian historical and cultural documentation has not even been digitized yet? As long as the belief in rulers who cry out that we are on the right track and that we are now an example of success for the world, prevails, the dizzying pace of the decline towards total collapse. Looking at problems while blindfolded so as not to see the calamity that we are facing is not but malicious ignorance.
All right, thank you. I think we're going to have to end and move on to part two. We do have part two of the Iberico, the prospects for digital preservation of sound and audiovisual collections in Ibero-America, part two. This is pre-recorded. Unfortunately, the audio is a bit low, so we'll do what we can.
I'd like to thank
yeah.
the Preservation Coalition and Professor Perla Rodriguez for her kind invitation to participate at We Miss IPRES. Today, I will present the results achieved by RIPDESA in Ecuador. As it well known, the audio and audiovisual archives are a cultural heritage and source of information. Today, their preservation is an unavoidable task. So, what is the situation of audiovisual and audio archives in Ecuador today? What paths must be taken in order to preserve the audio and audiovisual archives? These are the questions that we are going to try to answer today. The situation of audiovisual and audio archives in Ecuador can be described as a complex crossroads where there is a high risk of loss. Which are the crossing paths? On the one hand, from last century, we have this research work tries to analyze also the legal context and Ecuadorian archival policy. In fact, in order to get closer to the Ecuadorian archival reality, we consider it essential to refer previously to the current legal framework in the country regarding archives. In this sense, in Ecuador, during the 20th century and the first decade of 21st, there have been many regulations in archival matters. Unfortunately, these standards are generally not met as they tend to reflect certain contradictions between them. The most relevant norms regarding archives are in the following table. In general, we can observe that these norms, these regulations are not aimed to elaboration of a comprehensive diagnosis of archives as institutions responsible for the management of the documents, but rather are directed toward to identification of documentary assets understood as heritage assets. This type of approach is not archivally correct, since it provides us with partial information and does not allow us to comply with the conceptual theoretical principle of which archival science is based. During the first year of activities, our efforts were directed mainly toward the elaboration of a diagnosis on a state of preservation of audio and audiovisual archives in Latin America, and on the other is setting up an observatory and a virtual map to facilitate the geolocalization of audio and audiovisual archives. For the development of the research in Ecuador, we have found serious difficulties in accessing audiovisual repositories, especially those of Ecuadorian public or private television channels. Despite these obvious difficulties, we have been able to carry out our research and obtain a series of data and that we consider relevant. 97 audio or audiovisual archives geographically distributed were identified. 70 archives in the Sierra region and 27 in the coastal region. 48 of these files, these archives, that is the 49% keep audiovisual documentation, while the remaining 51% keep audio documentation. The extreme date of the identified documentation span almost a century of audiovisual and production that from 1922 to 2019. More than half of the archives identified, specifically the 45% of the total, are in the metropolitan area of Quito, the capital city. The rest are distributed among different provinces. Next, as we can see in the reference table, the second city with the largest number of archives is Guayaquil, with 19 archives, followed by Cuenca with 8 and Manta with 4 archives. The identified documentary sets belongs to archives of different types as identified in the following reference table. Around 60% of archival institutions have copies of audiovisual and or audio documentation, while the remaining 14% do not have any type of duplicates. Also, the existence of exclusive physical space for the storage of this documentary typology was verified. That is, those institutions that have a specific space to the audiovisual archives. Last conclusion. In Ecuador, the digital preservation therefore lies at a crossroads between audio and audiovisual documents that have not yet been digitalized and which must be transferred in the coming years. Is a problem of a society that has single solution. In the recent year, the international community has proposed a wide range of models, norms, standards, open sources and proprietary technology solutions, among other tools that help us understand how to approach digital preservation. But the problem remains, especially in countries as Ecuador, where the recognition and appreciation of the audio and audiovisual documentary heritage has been delayed.
Okay, great. We are running short of time, so I do want to thank our presenters from the previous session as well as this recorded session. And then if there is time at the end, we can revisit questions that you may have for these presenters. So thank you very much. Feel free to clap or present your Zoom icons, and then we will move on to Antonio Guillermo from LibNova Insights, where he will speak about the future of digital preservation.
That's correct. Hello, how you doing? So thank you everyone to be here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Let's go for it. So many of you already know us. LibNova is a major player in the digital preservation solutions environment. We have customers like the British Library, Oxford University, Stanford, and so on. So, and our promise to the community is to provide the most advanced digital preservation platform, right? So, so here we would like to, today we would like to share with you what do we think about the future related to digital preservation. So, and we bring 3 main trends that we see in the market that that are going to be, we believe that are going to be our future. So the first one is that we clearly see that the overall cost of digital preservation per byte is going to decline dramatically in the next years. So we have first the cloud-based technologies that are greatly reducing the storage costs, and one of the basically the storage cost is one of the main contributors to the overall preservation cost, and the cloud basically is driving the prices really low over time. Second, the new and the next generation digital preservation software is replacing the obsolete ones and is bringing lower operational costs and increased efficiency. So we have been looking at existing platforms, how homegrown developments and so on, and we see that next generation software is basically bringing a lot of efficiency and improvements, massive improvements to the field. This is also supported by the fact of the artificial intelligence that is emerging to the field also. So we see that we are working a lot with artificial intelligence systems, and we see that when we combine, when we empower the users with this kind of technologies, they are capable of achieving way more. But which is the second thing we see in the future. Even if the cost per byte is going to decrease, the global effort that we will need is going to grow, and the community will need to support it. So we will need to be prepared, because what is expecting us in the following with this what that we're expecting in the following years is something that is going to be a really big challenge on the digital preservation field. Why? Well, because what is our rationale? So basically we see increased data volumes. So even if the cost per byte is going lower, the volume for those bytes is increasing a lot. And also the data format concept is becoming obsolete. In the good old days, you would have a TIFF image, right? So you know the file, you know it's self-contained, you know the format and so on. But today in the research data world, so they are creating the formats. So how to understand them and how to basically organize them. What about the cloud services? What is a Google Doc? It's a file. So is it even a file? So how can we preserve it? Or for instance, how to preserve artificial intelligence? So these processes that are running there, or software and so on. So we have huge things to deal with. We are also looking at legacy applications and systems that need to be preserved. So we have many old running systems that contain crucial data for banks and so on that are really expensive to keep running. So how to deal with them and how to preserve them. And we see also, and it's something that adds to the volume, that more and more organizations are implementing digital preservation programs for the data. So this is growing the number of organizations doing that. And we are also, and this is something that has been addressed by other participants today, a better definition of what digital preservation is and what is not, because we have been thinking a lot that digitizing a document was digital preservation or making a backup, and it is not at all. So understanding this is also going to allow this to grow a lot. And the third and last trend we see is that the inability to access information is not going to be a technical issue, but an organizational one. So we are, for instance, working with pilots in the aviation industry. They have what they call the safety management systems, which basically are processes in which they are paying attention to the technical issues and so on, but also to the organizational ones. So, and these the things that we are observing now in the field are when you ask them about them to a pilot, for instance, this reminds them like the aviation 60 or 70 years ago, right? So the planes are starting to become reliant and not to fail and so on. So the problems are not coming from the planes or not coming from because of the motors failing, but because of an untrained pilot, for instance. So the systems that we are looking today, the preservation systems, are basically doing a great job protecting the data from the technical perspective. So losing data is really difficult if you properly use them. But as the needs continue to grow and the systems get more complex, more formats, more volume, and so on, the human factor remains the same. The human-related problem is growing, and we have been able to see this every day. So miscommunication problems, human-related problems, and so on, are causing most of today's data loss and so on, and this will grow over the following years. So I would like to keep some time for discussing this and to because I'm very interested in knowing what do you think about these trends. If you need something else about me, you can contact me here, and if you need something else about with LibNova, about us, you can contact us here or take a look at our company here. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Antonio. And it looks like we have a couple questions.
Yes. So Matthew Bruton would like you to talk more about how the data format concept can become obsolete.
Right. So yeah. So as I said, in the good old days, you had file formats. Basically, so you have an image that is contained in a file and so on. And this is completely changing today for the new and emerging things. And this is why the knowledge representation networks that OIS defines, for instance, are way more important. So the information is becoming less and less self-contained. For instance, it's really easy to see in the Google Docs, right? So a Google Doc is not a file. So even if you see an icon on your computer when you synchronize your folders and so on, if you look inside the file, it's only an URL to a Google service. So you don't have the file. So the content is not there. It's a link to other platform and so on. And trying to retrieve it from there is not a simple thing at all. And this is the most simple example. So think about research data, right? So in which they are creating the formats and so on. So in this way, I think that the data format concept is becoming more and more obsolete because the data is not self-contained in one or multiple files. It's dispersed across a lot of platforms. And the second one is Megan is asking, how do you engage with archivists and librarians?
Antonio, in the interest of time, can we address that? We only have time for one question at this point, but I would like to move on to the next presentation so that we have time for everyone at the end.
Thank you for keeping time.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Great. So thank you. With that, we're going to, thank Antonio for his time and for his presentation. So feel free to clap, show yourself. And we have Katie Mika, who is presenting on behalf of Data at Risk, the Data at Risk org team. And she's going to be talking about connecting earth science data expertise to data in need.
Hi, that's me. Oof, my voice just broke. Okay, well, thank you for having me. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I don't think anyone's ever shared a Zoom screen without saying that. Okay, so tough to follow, the most advanced digital preservation platform. Tough act to follow, but I hope I can wrap this session up with a bit of a discussion about a interesting, we think, platform for leveraging a lot of different types of work, connecting a lot of different types of work that's happening around preserving research data. So we are the At-Risk Data Commons. This link, dataAtRisk.org, is the real link to our project. Feel free to navigate there while I'm talking. It will work. It gives a bit of a more tangible thing to do while I'm talking at you. There is oops, sorry, give me 1 second. If someone could post that link in the chat, that might be very helpful too. All right. So I am Katie Micah. I'm the data services librarian at Harvard Library. I'm just going to quickly introduce the rest of our team. They can turn their videos on and wave. There's a lot of people here, so if there's any questions at the end, I'm sure they'll be happy to jump in. We also have Ruth Dorr, who is a research scholar at the Ronan Institute, Denise Hills, who is the director of energy investigations at the Geological Survey of Alabama. Natalie Myers is the e-research librarian at the University of Notre Dame. Megan Potterbush is also a data services librarian, and she's at George Washington University. And Joan Saez is the chief data officer at Cloudburst. She is our industry representative on the project, we could say. Again, Data at Risk is sort of, it's in the alpha stage. So the link that you navigate to see our project is, under active development. So please keep that in mind. We would love feedback. And at the end of the presentation, I'll give you a little bit more information on how to get involved. So I'm just going to try and give a quick overview, hit a few high level points, talk about a workflow, and then maybe we can have some time for a question or two at the end. So the At-Risk Data Commons is a data help desk type of web application that is designed to allow community members to nominate research data assets for targeted data curation and preservation attention. Basically, it's a Match.com for insecure research data. It helps to sort of think a little bit about what at-risk means if we're going to name our project At-Risk Data Commons. So research data can become at risk for a number of reasons. Data can be difficult to access because of its form, its format, what medium it's presented in. It could be separated from related materials that are important. It could be living in disparate places. And securing these data from loss, deterioration, obsolescence requires a lot of ongoing preservation activities, as I'm sure you all know. But these efforts are often threatened by things like insufficient funding, changes in ownership or management practices, and the loss or separation of documentation and metadata. So we have a quick little Mentimeter. If you want to navigate to menti.com and enter this code or use this QR code, we'd love to hear about whether or not you have data at risk. If you might know of data at risk, at the end of our presentation, I'll move in the interest of time. I'll go ahead and take a look at some of the answers to this. I always think it's kind of fun to see, maybe nobody has anything at risk. Maybe everybody's data is fine, which would be a huge surprise to me. But that would be interesting to us also. So again, it's menti.com, and then here's the code. If another person could maybe enter this code in the chat, that would be a big help before I move on. All right. So really what we're trying to do here is build a community of activists, trying to take advantage of a lot of really great work that a number of us participated in the sort of data rescue events that happened about 4 years ago at this point for a number of reasons. But we think the At-Risk Data Commons in particular responds to, or is trying to respond to, a clear need for a community building application that connects data in need to particular expertise and resources for research data. Data owners, managers, anybody else can nominate assets for targeted preservation action by data management experts and volunteers. And then through that process, we're creating a community of activists who can ensure the longevity of data products that are essential for high quality research. Fundamentally, it is a networking tool. So this is a graphic of cats that we've used to describe our workflow in a lot of different venues. So if you've seen it before, that might be why. We recycle it a lot. So there's basically three primary user groups at datarisk.org, data@risk.org. There's a data submitter who is somebody who's submitting a request, obviously, or is submitting a data asset for some preservation work. One key thing I wanted to point out here is that this user can be anonymous. There is no need to create a profile in order to submit data. We've had a number of cases where whistleblowers might want to donate data outside of their traditional data management practices for their institution for a variety of reasons. So we can support use cases like that. We also have a data advocate who is sort of like a project manager for a data set, and a data hero, which is who we call the title we have for activists and volunteers that have an interest or specialized skills in data curation. So essentially submissions are evaluated by a data advocate who then divides up necessary curation work into discrete tasks that data heroes can then find and complete according, again, to their interests and skills. And so this is sort of just another workflow diagram. I just wanted to point out that data@risk.org is not a repository. It does not accept data, but it does operate as a headquarters, so to speak, for the documentation, work notes, other provenance information that might be important for data reuse when it does get reposited in a formal repository. This is another Mentimeter, but in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and check our first one. Oh no, I must have insufficiently shared the Mentimeter. I was trying to do everything so quickly, so it doesn't look like it worked correctly. Or I'm not sharing it correctly. Anyway, thank you for participating if you did. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up with just a quick, again, feel free to create an account at data@risk.org. We have a Google group. If you email data_nomination_tool at googlegroups.com, that is a great way to sort of receive project updates or to submit feedback or ask questions. We are pretty tied to that thing pretty quickly. And we can respond to it pretty quickly. Yeah, so that is it for me. Happy to answer a question.
Okay, great. Thank you, Katie. Does anyone have a question for Katie at this time? Okay. I'm not seeing or hearing any questions at this time. So before we open to general questions, I do want to allow the second group to that unfortunately had some connectivity issues. I just want to let them step in and follow up very quickly.
I just want to say, Tracy, thank you so much. My internet service is very unstable. So I'm going to keep the camera off to see if I can work better, with data processing right now. What I wanted to share with everybody today was the kind of work that RIDAPSA has been helping us to complete here in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria in 2017. A lot of different questions regarding preservation efforts and needs that our collections and our institution of memory, particularly on sound and audiovisual objects, it was kind of clear for us that we had to develop some kind of comprehensive study on the status of those materials, and RIDAPSA has been helping us in achieving that. The same with networking efforts with APEX at NYU and other kind of activities that we have been able to engage thanks to small grants and other kind of nonprofit organization funding. The truth is that we have over 20,000 different objects that are basically part of our sound and image heritage collections, and we are in their situation right now. All of those are in big risk. Yes, these are invaluable kind of materials that we have to try to assess in terms of the conditions. We have been thinking about this situation not just as challenges for preservation of AV materials, but also as a moment of opportunities. And that's, I think, will be like the thing that I would like to highlight the most. Yes, we have been working on planning on how we can develop some sort of infrastructure based on solar power that could provide for the needed preservation conditions. We also have been working directly with community archives, and I think that basically that's one of the things that have been really useful, to think about citizens as archivists, and in a way to move from developing scholarship and thinking about these things from a researcher point of view into more activity engagement kind of work. So basically that was part of the things that I wanted to share with you, and RIDAPSA has been useful because more or less RIDAPSA has been able to provide us with materials in Spanish, which is one of the main challenges, yes, at the local level. Thank you so much, Tracy, for the time.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, general questions for any of our presenters at this time? There was an additional question for Antonio that we didn't catch up with that we can respond to now.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. The question was from Megan, and she was asking about how we engage with archivists and librarians in this dealing with these specific things, and also in the market. Well, we think that we're in the gold era of the archivists and librarians as we approach this, because they basically are the ones that know how to properly organize the information and make it accessible, which is basically what is needed for digital preservation. We only provide software tools and probably ways to gain efficiency, right? So it's like a tool, but it is not the crucial, the important thing. The important thing is a lot of, so it's way different than the software tool. We tend to think that preservation is that you need a software and so on. Yeah, software is going to give you efficiency, but it's not the only thing you need. You need to understand the information you need to preserve and so on. So I would say that during all the projects that we have been involved in or working with, archivists and librarians are basically the source of what we are today and what our products are today. We're basically listening, right? So how they need to do things, and basically we are giving them the tool back to, as I said, give efficiency to them. I'm not sure if this is answering your question. It is. Megan is telling us that it is.
Okay. Great, thanks for responding to that.
You're welcome.
Do we have anything else for our presenters? The reminder has been posted that the social event starts in this Zoom room at 2:15. So it looks like people will probably start filtering in this session. But yes, we do have time. If there are any additional questions, comments. Okay. I might make the call to to close early unless you have any additional comments. Do feel free to add them. Yes, feel free to add anything to the community notes that you may have. If you have time, of course, during the social hour, you can go get your drinks and snacks and then come back in and check in with your individual presenters or whatever you would like. So yes, please, round of applause for everyone, and thank you for your patience and for your involvement.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy, for a good job. Well done. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Tracy.
So I think I'm on next to introduce and get the social started, aren't I, John?
You are, yes.
So I'll just tell you that I'm ready. I'm ready when you are. But we should let everyone else join, shouldn't we? That's it would be rude to start too soon, don't you think?
Yeah, we have 6 minutes.
We got 6 minutes. So John, have you? Let's just check. Is the video feed continuing?
Oh, I'll stop that. Good point, William. That was nearly a disaster.
Stop the video, right? If you stop the YouTube feed, we can start playing music again, can't we?
Okay, I'll do that. 2 seconds.
Oh yes.
Better say bye to YouTube. Bye.
Everyone's able to...